look at me about how it's processing. Then I look at my bank account and money's gone. So I know that I pay. They upped the rent on us. They did a rent increase after a year. I don't care about that because I make very well. I make literally millions off this podcast. Yeah. On top of that, my dentist charges me less because of the size of my teeth. It's not a problem to me about that.
Also, your side points. You can do better. You're not breaking your wrist now, right?
I know. Yeah, I haven't broken my wrist doing this plant business at all recently. Only every one time. You know, I'm not a math guy, but once is not a lot of numbers.
One time, 3 months, but yeah.
Oh, okay, fair enough. You were out. That's right. I was. I couldn't even. But so I looked. So I went action, the property manager or something like that on the website. And I go, I don't know. So I give him a call. I called this guy, and I go, hey, I should probably not have said his name. I'll call him Shop. I go, hey, Brendan Shop. what's going on? You sent me this text saying you didn't pay rent. I see the money's come out and all this. He's like, oh yeah, and it's almost as if he didn't listen to any of the words I said. His response. Oh yes. See, the thing is that we haven't sent rent yet. But I had just said I paid rent. I texted him and I go, well, I have. I log a site. It says here that it's something pending on your end that you haven't processed it or something like that. And he, okay. Yeah, that's it. But just making stuff up at this point. Not the conversation is one-sided, and he doesn't have. It's clear to me that he has no idea what he's talking about. And he goes, oh yeah. So it's something with the apartment.com thing. You gotta log in and tell them that. To prove some bullshit that doesn't make any sense. And I go, I have to do something on the website to because I just upped the rent. I went in there and made the rent bigger. And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, well, I mean, how do I do that? And he goes, you have to send them a voided check. And I go, a voided check? And he's like, yeah, you have to send them a voided check. Well, how do I do that? I mean, I don't. It's a website. Who do I contact? Tell them a voided check. He's like, hold on, she's here. And he gives the phone to somebody else who's like, I guess another property. And I go, I sent the rent and all this, and the thing is that the owner had some kind of fraudulent thing in their account. I'll work it out with apartments.com and send a voided check. And I'm like, well, so do I need a voided check? And she's like, no. We don't have to do anything. And she's like, no. We're taking care of it on our end, and the money will probably come out of your account on Monday. I'm like, I already paid. And she's like, oh yeah. I don't even know what just happened. Why did this guy text me saying I do it? And then to everyone in the building, I can't be the only person. But he had no idea what he was talking about. At no point did he know whether I or not, or what I was supposed to do, or whether they were. He's just freestyle on the phone with me. Oh yeah, send the voided check. When that guy called me, remember we talked about the show? He called me and he accused me of making loud noises in my apartment.
It was actually the squatters.
Yeah, it was the squatters. Because this common sense. Called the apartment next to us said that there were these that they heard. We're telling him, but they're too polite that they're next to them. And we had also called him separately from that same Amazon package for being, yet he still ignored all of that and accused me of making noise at midnight. This fucking idiot has no common sense at all. He's the dumbest person ever. Rent? How dare you accuse me of not paying rent? I at the top of my lungs at we were at the Century City Mall. People were walking by, probably think I'm crazy. Fucking idiot. Fucking idiot. Just yelling, and his wife's like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, that guy's a fucking idiot. He's stupid my time." She was doing that bit where, like, you know, when you're like kind of and you want to do something. What's going on? What's this? Are you okay? It's like, does it look like that's helping? Right now, like I'm becoming abusive.
Don't get me started. Don't get me started, dude.
Just let me finish and then I'll talk. I'll explain to you what I'm doing while I'm trying to do something. That I can't stand.
I need a psychological analysis or an answer to my. I'm just letting this out.
I see. Yeah.
Maybe we're two different flaming pot here.
So when you contextualize it or have a response, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I already figured it out.
That's why.
When people start making, oh, well, you're doing this, I'm like, yeah, I know that.
What about, okay, for sure, I can see if you're yelling at somebody, who knows, you're just angry, so
It's always one.
Two, we're doing something, you're trying to fix something really quickly, and someone's like, what's wrong? Yeah, that's probably me, honestly. I'm probably trying to fix something.
Oh, no, not here, but yeah, it does bother me. But it's like, you know, until you fall off, you know what I mean? Just kidding. Yeah,
It's just time to, people do that all the time. If something they're drastically going wrong at work, and I won't give the specific side, I'll be fixing it. And then I'll get like 10 messages about it. And somebody will come to my office. What do you think I'm doing right now? Would you like me to stop trying to fix this so that I can explain to you what's going on instead of just fixing it? Like, that just doesn't make any sense. If it's dead, then I'm going to fix it. But I'm not going to have about what I'm doing to fix it. That,
you want to know?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
You explaining all of that?
Yeah.
I pictured you sitting at your desk with the fucking play toy where you gotta put the square in the circle. It's a bunch of people psychoanalyzing you around.
That's so funny. They're like, they know how easy it is to fix. They're just like, just use it because it's a square hole or like or whatever it is. Like, and I don't want to know about it. I'm doing it. It's my job to put this on. And I'm like this, and they're like trying to circle in the circle. But no, it's difficult stuff. You wouldn't understand. You know, you're just a podcast, okay? But no, like that. To do that to people, like it's their thing to fix it. I'm not you know, micromanage or find out what's going on under me. And then sometimes you have to figure stuff out.
Sometimes, you know. Traction control.
Never try. It's got a constant Baja mode. I live in Baja mode this morning. How's that?
Oh man, I pranked. You know the lady.
Dude, one that you might let me, but you know what I'm talking about. You mean the people that walk by you on the street and turn for a box? I'm sure many of them are women.
They never vocalize words either. That guy's homeless, right?
From the smell. Yes, I do.
This morning. Okay, so here, let's start. I have this. Maybe nobody else feels this way, but there's. Right? You hold the door for people that aren't your people, you know?
Yeah.
Right. It's like if you're going inside first and I hold the door for you, you're still first in line. Yeah. If I show up first, I understand. If I show up first, but I hold the door for somebody behind me, they in turn have the opportunity to, you know, show fealty and let me go before them in line, right? Yeah, that was the case this morning where I should have first to ladies, and they were looking at the menu. So it was very busy at this place that.
Yeah.
And I still waited for them to finish, and then they went first. I'm just doubling up the fucking duty here, you know. And then I go after them, but there's no behind me now. And then the lady that called me home was like, "I guess you're being kind." Attitude kind of. And then I was like, "Yeah, you know." And she's busy. And then I'm the other lady, really quiet. And then she turns around and starts talking to me, but it's not me, it's this lady. And then I just go,
oh, I see. That's funny. Mm-hmm. So what did you hear what she said to the lady?
The face she made was all worth it.
That is embarrassing. But it's not the person. That was in like that for me all the time. Did the lady have any interaction with that?
The lady was like, "Wait, are you next?" She looked at me. I'm laughing, so she thinks that she got pregnant in my chest. You feel me? This game of 40 chest.
That lady thought she was being pranked. Like, well, I guess in a way she was sort of. She once.
It feels so good. You're
basically Salvo Kana.
Yeah.
More people, okay? NBA player? On the Wizard.
I saw him on Draymond Green's podcast, another NBA player, and he's like, I just love Impractical Jokers, which is just funny to me. Some 7'5" dude that's dominating the NBA loves watching Impractical Jokers.
Draymond Green is so like angry, right? The last person you think would be in the Impractical Jokers. I feel like I don't know a lot about
Anthony Davis was in Impractical.
Oh, but didn't you say Draymond Green was also in there?
No. So he was on Draymond's podcast.
Yeah. Okay, so that makes more sense. We don't know how Draymond Green feels about it. Okay. Yeah, and I mean, not the sports side, because I know they hate it, but Anthony Davis on the Wizards, that's my team. They're the worst team in the league.
Yeah.
And that means they're going to get the number one pick.
Does not mean that,
right? They have a good chance.
They have an 18% chance or something like that.
I hope they do, because that one guy that's in college, I don't know how to say his last name, AJ. That guy is insanely good. Then I might say, could be basketball could be interesting. Oh, fuck. What's that? It's so LeBron James boring. Next. Okay, out of here is nice. Not big enough. I mean, that guy AJ is insanely good. Yeah. The Wizards might legit be good if they get it. Yeah. If they don't, I go back to not caring at all.
Yeah, it's gonna be like the Celtics get AJ against or something crazy.
That would be. Aren't they really good though?
Yeah.
That would be totally unfair.
Yeah.
They got it. That's what I need. I need that.
You got AJ Labanza, Darren Peterson, and Cam Boozer.
Those aren't. I don't know who. I know Boozer. Who's the other one you said?
Darren Peterson, he's number 2.
Who does he play college or is he international?
He's back in college.
Okay. I don't know. Oh. Don't care. That guy AJ is way better than those two clowns. We finally get somebody that's good. Because then they'd have him, have Anthony Davis and Trae Young, and then they were scoring more. Those guys would call up and Coulibaly, Sarr, right?
Sarr, Coulibaly, McCollum, but old as fuck. Yeah, that's enough basketball time. We get our fucking. Yeah. Like, and you know what though? I'm willing to do more.
Tickets, yeah.
So, Land of Hope and Dreams, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it was very political this year.
Oh, wow.
Springsteen had.
You were cheering the whole time.
Look at me, dude. I have my Martha Bruce Springsteen hat, dude. I am like.
Rupert annihilated him up. Harlem shaken son of the London. After Rupert annihilated him up on Shema. Adonai, Adonai, direction from people. Adonai, 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 Adonai. because they play John 5686 Friday, June 5th, the 161 days, and that 3761 Christian the Lord broke 11 solid 35 26 235 Anderson 7 34 36 325 King 460 yards son of Mahalis 1 31 39 Khan son of Yavis 1 30 74 687 Methuselah son of Khan is 1 2 28 87 874 Methuselah is 1 no one's for sure Ellie by Ellie Deborah Ellie Khan but the side so back I
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane, history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a hand on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the way that we have it. Or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all.
Ashley Moore. It's really, thank you so much. Ashley is an amazing scholar of Marxism who I really admire a lot. So having folks in the room that are so smart and just willing to take the time to listen to me, I guess I'm just really humbled by that. So thank you all for coming along with me on this journey entering the garden. As I mentioned in email, the term garden here is from Parkinson's and Jewish mysticism that often mystics are described as going down into a garden. Mysticism, we don't typically go up. Mysticism, we go down. We descend into and so the sort of lobby of the world of mystical is this pardes. And what's really amazing is that we all get to enter the garden together. That in traditional Jewish lore, found in the Talmud and through the Middle Ages, this is considered to be a relatively dangerous journey. In the, as you may know, in the Babylonian Talmud and Tractate Chagiga, 4 people went down into the garden, and only one came out alive, basically, right? So one became a heretic, one became insane, one died, and only one, Rabbi Akiva, emerged. And so we'll talk about that really famous story here in just a couple of weeks. So Jewish mysticism is, on the one hand, I think, an incredibly intriguing domain of study, but it also has always had an undercurrent of danger. And we'll see some of that undercurrent of danger as we get into it as well. So, what kind of class is this going to be? How are we going to approach this material? Well, I wear my methodology on my sleeve. I am a historical materialist. So when I approach this material, I try to approach it from a historically minded, material understanding of history. And what that means is I try to locate historical ideas and persons and other kinds of concepts in the environment in which they emerge. I don't try to do sort of general mystical ideas about what this stuff might mean. You have to do that on your own time because I have mental capacity to watch you get through. But it might mean for your spirituality, for instance, is something that might be completely beyond me. Through the course of this class is a kind of guided tour of the major concepts, the major texture, history, and personalities that go into Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. One of the things I really hope that you get out of this class as we work through it is, for me, Kabbalah has always been incredibly intimidating. The books of the Kabbalah are very intimidating. And part of what I hope to do is give you confidence and give you enough context that if you wanted to dive deeper into Kabbalistic books, you could do that, right? So you could pick up a copy of the Zohar or the Sefer Yetzirah or other major historical Jewish mystical texts, and that you could feel confident that you could dive into them. Now, sink or swim, that's probably up to you, but you can at least feel the confidence to make the dive. So what my name isn't in this class is actually Kabbalist, right? I'm not a Kabbalist. I don't identify as a Kabbalist. And so I can't make you a Kabbalist. I think it takes a Kabbalist to make a Kabbalist. I think it works like that. Like it takes a rabbi to make a rabbi. I think it takes a Kabbalist to make a Kabbalist. And I ain't no rabbi, and I ain't no Kabbalist. So I don't have the ability to make you a Kabbalist. Now, that's not to say that some of these ideas might very well prove to be incredibly positive in your spiritual life, in your spiritual development. If that's the case, that's fantastic. But I don't want anyone to have the idea that what I'm going to be teaching is how to do Jewish mysticism. Because I don't know how to do Jewish mysticism. Or if I did, I would be doing that in a different class, maybe. So we're going to be studying it again from a historical, academic perspective, as opposed from studying it as trying to be mystics. So we're not going to be doing much in the way of meditating on Hebrew letters to measure the body of God, which was a thing in Jewish mysticism. We'll talk about it. Yeah, they measured the body of God. God has really long fingers. So we'll get to that this kind of mysticism later.
So what do I mean by mysticism? This is a word that is really difficult to pin down. It's one of these words like religion or magic, where scholars and academics have no real consensus about what this word means. So I'm just going to throw out a really stipulative definition of what I'm going to mean by mystical in this class. And you're certainly going to hear the fact that I come from a philosophical background. And so coming from a philosophical background, I think about mysticism largely in a philosophic lens. And what I mean by mystical is a non-rational mode in which one experiences or learns, right? So in addition to that, right, it's also the traditions that accrue, right, because of those kinds of experiences. Now, and by the way, the word tradition, right, I'm kind of punning on it in Hebrew, right? The word Kabbalah actually means received, and it has a sense of tradition, right? So I'm kind of punning a little bit on what is this word mysticism. When I say non-rational, what I want you to hear is not irrational, right? It's not like mystics can just say whatever they want. They can't do that. They're inside of traditions, they're inside of cultural contexts, they're inside of religious settings. And so what they say, as daring as it might be, is always situated and only makes sense within a specific context. So it's not just irrational. They're not just saying random crazy things. Right? Sometimes mystics are thought of being somehow crazy or something like that, and that's not the case. In fact, many mystics in many traditions are incredibly systematic in how they go about doing their mysticism. Think of Hildegard of Bingen, the great German Christian myth. But when I say non-rational, what I do mean here is that they're not going to be giving us arguments. The mystic's not going to tell you A, then B, then C, therefore you should deduce D. And they're not going to be saying something like that, blah, 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 blah. They're not doing any of that. They're having visions, they're having experiences, and they're reporting back on the content of those experiences or the way that those experiences have transformed them personally. When I say non-rational, neither rational nor rational, non-rational, something in between, I should also say just a little bit out of the gate about the distinction here to be made between Jewish mysticism more generally and Kabbalah more specifically. We now, in the sort of sloppy vernacular that we use the term Kabbalah as all of Jewish mysticism. It's a bit of a mistake. The Kabbalah, right, is a very specific kind of Jewish mysticism that began to emerge in the 13th century. Now, 13th century, the Common Era, mostly in southern France and Spain. So we're going to get to the Kabbalah, and obviously we're going to spend a lot of time on Kabbalah, but and the Kabbalah wasn't cut out of whole cloth. It didn't just emerge out of nothing. And so many of the complex ideas that you may have heard of in Kabbalah, like Tikkun Olam, which is a Kabbalistic idea, the reparation of the world, or the idea of Tzimtzum, contraction into which God sort of shrinks God's self to project the universe or the cosmos. Those ideas. So think about Kabbalah and other Jewish mysticisms that also exist prior to the Kabbalah. Right? So there are other forms of Jewish mysticism that existed prior to those mysticism were absorbed into Kabbalah. So this is part of the reason why it's a bit confusing. So, suffice to say, Israelite or Jewish mysticism extends probably back before history. What of course here is just the history when the ancient Israel write things down. And we'll see in a moment some of the early texts that have been recovered in Israelite literature are interesting. Right, it's true. A secure amulet recovered from a burial site in Jerusalem called a Ketef Enom, theological section of the Hebrew Bible. So if you ever read the earliest text of the Hebrew Bible, it's this. These are tiny little silver images from a tomb. You probably can see that this is. So the earliest fraction, the earliest we have of it is actually an amulet, a magical device put into a tomb, very likely to protect the dead, perhaps from many ways. We might even say that the first appearance of the Torah in history is a supernatural, mystical appearance. It's the dead, probably. If you've ever been to the Israel Museum, and it's actually on both sides, and it's that big, and the Hebrew letters here, Paleo Hebrew letters. The earliest case in which we can talk about an Israelite form of mysticism has to do with two different concepts. One kind of God appearing, we'll talk about it more in just a moment. And the other, of course, I'm sure, as many folks know, is prophecy, which is a case in which God, the Israelite God, Yahweh, is said to speak to people that to in turn speak on the behalf of Yahweh. In fact, that's where the word prophecy comes from. The word prophet just means to speak for. In ancient Greek. Core to ancient Israelite religion, like many ancient religions, was the idea that their God, their Yahweh, located to people. Now, typically, when God speaks to people, that is non-rational. Right? That's not rational. It's not your opinion. And yet, prophets are often taken, sometimes killed in history. Well, it's very clear from ancient Israel that prophecy so told them things. One way that's really important is that Yahweh does something very interesting with the ancient Israelites that we don't really see attested in many other ancient cultures. And that is, Yahweh establishes a vassal Israelite nation. It's like lesser power agrees to be by a stronger power, basically for protection. If you want to think about this in terms of mafia, it's like paying protection money, right? The local mafia, you can get hurt out here. You might want to pay us a little money, we'll protect you. Well, Yahweh comes along and says, it's dangerous out there, you Israelites. Maybe you should worship me alone, and I'll protect you. Right? And so, in many ways, the Torah are emulating that contract language. They're diplomats. Diplomats had to be literate. And one of the things diplomats would have known, Israel was almost always a vassal state for the Egyptians or the Libyans or the Syrians. Vassal contracts would have been their life, and making a vassal contract with their God that would have made a lot of sense. Other beings establish what we call the Deuteronomic theology. And this is just a complicated way of saying, if you have a contract, contracts are always involved you getting things out of the deal. Well, the Israelites felt they would serve only one God. And Yahweh vows that if they do that, they will get land. Right? They will have the land. And a land flowing with milk and honey. And all the rest. Right? The idea is they keep their side of the deal. The Israelites don't keep their side of the deal and protect. Now, if you know anything about Jewish history, that was rocky. Let's call it rocky. And this did down in that process. Further, right, in addition to this whole vassal contract business, it also seems like there was a tradition within the Israelites of obedience Yahweh. It was almost always the right of prophet to a party. It will ruin any party you invite them to because they'll mostly spend all time condemning everything you have of prophet, as we know from in ancient literature or widely attested. Prophet was a job, right? You could be an independent freelance prophet. What you're seeing on the screen here on the right hand side is actually a divinatory device. I don't know if you can recognize what Morgan back in what you see down there is cuneiform script. This is from the old Babylonian period. And what you would do, if you want to figure out the will of the god, is that you kill an animal, inflict it, and with this in God. And so if there are blemishes or deformities or there's a god, and it will tell you that then the king's gonna and so definitely this note here come off the ancient world because the vast majority of prophets, contrary to what idea might come to your mind what a prophet is, very predict the future. That was a different job. Those are diviners. Diviners predicted the future. Prophets communicated via the God. God would tell the prophet stuff and then they would tell people. That's a different job. Now, sometimes prophets, in fact, in the revival, there's only a couple of prophets that attempt to predict the future, and they're wrong to predict the future. And he's wrong, and he has to go later and be like, well, I meant that metaphorically or something. Prophets attempt to predict the future in the ancient world. That is a different. We now think of that an idea much more than an ancient Israelite idea or ancient Near Eastern idea. So let's talk about first, right? So theophany just means God appearing. It just means that God appears to people, right? This was an idea in ancient Greek religion, but also in ancient. God is appearing to you currently on the screen. I don't know if you've seen an image on the left. This is very likely an early depiction of the Israelite God Yahweh. We think that is Yahweh for a couple of reasons. One, it says Yahoo there in Hebrew, which was an abbreviation of Yahweh's name. And this coin was minted as part of the satrap of Yehud during the Persian period. And also we have a throned, winged throne chariot that this is being sitting in, and that image is very tightly associated with Yahweh in the book of Ezekiel. You're probably looking at a depiction of Yahweh. That's probably the Israelite God. We're fairly confident that is how ancient Judahites conceived of how their God looked. I don't know, how many people have seen this image before? Show of hands or things like this. Some folks
seen it? I think it's very interesting that most folks, when they see an image, they think of the idea that Yahweh is not allowed to be depicted. Yahweh does not see a bad day. So God appearing, right? God is a relatively common motif in ancient religions. In fact, ancient religious rituals were meant to compel the god to appear. This would be in temples and other kinds of locales, and you would do rituals to make the god appear to you. And so, what's interesting about the Israelite God appearing is that sometimes the Israelite writers like to depict their image of Yahweh as a kind of divine monarch, sort of like a king sitting on a throne. Very common image. If you had the chance to read the section in Isaiah, the Theophany of Isaiah, that's exactly what you get, is a kind of divine leader sitting on a throne. However, what's also important is that the ancient Israelites had developed at some point an allergy to depicting their God. They thought of their God as incorporeal and invisible. And in other texts, most famously the text of the Theophany to Moses, Yahweh actually tells Moses that if you see me face to face, you'll die. You cannot see me face to face. Although later in the book of Deuteronomy it does say, if you saw me face to face, whatever, the Bible has all kinds of editorial problems. We do see images where God appears to the Israelites, always occluded somehow. One of the main depictions in the book of Exodus is God is hidden in the Arafel, which means something like the gloom or the darkness. And there's all kinds of light and lightning all around where the God is, but the God itself is actually hidden somehow in the darkness. So God appears, but at the same time. So the Israelites are always trying to navigate. On the one hand, they want to claim, our God appeared to us on Mount Sinai and gave us the law. And this is our contract. We have a contract with God, and that's what makes us special, a chosen people. And on the other hand, they're like, yeah, our God's invisible. You can't see our God. Our God doesn't have a body. Doesn't live in a place. God's a God of everything. And so God also appears quasi-invisible as well. The main accounts that we have of theophanies in the Hebrew Bible are the main three, right, or four actually. We have the theophany to Abraham, or Abram at that time, right? His name hasn't been changed yet. Where God appears to Abram and says, hey, you need to follow me and do what I said, right? Move out of the Lord of Canaan, move to Canaan and set up shop there. We don't learn a lot about God in that instance. The other three theophanies that are important are the Moses theophany, that is to say, the one in which God appears to Moses, both in the burning bush. So notice again, God is there and not there at the same time. The voice comes out of the bush, but it's not like there's a person there that Moses sees. Again, there's a chip to God that they want to set from, like perhaps other nearby religions. Although I will say that the two most important theophanies that we have in Israelite literature are the ones to the prophet Isaiah and the one to the prophet Ezekiel. And I don't know if you had the chance to read the theophanies to Isaiah and Ezekiel. They're very strange, especially the Ezekiel one. It's notoriously weird. But the one thing that we do know about those theophanies is that in both cases, they are terrifying. You do not want Yahweh showing up for you, right? This being is not your friend. This being is not your buddy. It's not your drinking partner. This being is a terrifying being that when they do show up, the people that seem to see this being, they're quaking in their boots. The text says they are quaking, like literally, they are shaking in terror. And this is one of the things that we see in Israelite literature, beginning in the Hebrew Bible, but extending into other mystical literature, is that the experience of the divine is terrifying. We have the word awesome. Right? But notice how we say awful, awesome is good. A lot of all is bad. It's awful. But when God appears to you, when Yahweh appears to the Israelite
has the ability to speak, things like that. What we think is that the instances of Ezekiel and Isaiah may have been part of what we might call an Israelite shamanism. Now, I don't like to use the word shamanism in a willy-nilly way. I think that shamanism, as you may know, was a religious practitioner, an ecstatic expert, primarily found in Siberia. And this idea that shamanism has been taken out of this context and applied more generally, I'm a bit skeptical. I don't like using terms like that in a kind of a rough and ready way. But what we see is that the ecstatic expert or the shaman is able to withstand a visitation of Yahweh and so you have certain kinds of information about what needs to be done. And so, in much in this way that traditional shamans will often travel to the spirit world in order to cure people, it seems like something analogous is happening with some like prophecy where the shamans are being visited by Yahweh. Yahweh is basically telling them how to fix their country. Right? Most of what goes on in prophecy is criticism of society in a way. And the idea is criticizing society along religious social terms. The Israelites can restore their relationship with Yahweh. Therefore, Yahweh will continue to protect them and allow for the prosperity of the land. So the prophets don't cure individual people. You can think about them much more like shamans, but using some of these terms can be misleading and a little bit unclear, but I think that the term does. The prophets Isaiah and the prophets Ezekiel, the literary record that we have in the Hebrew Bible refuses to say that experience kind of mystical, and they record that in it is that recording of it. Ezekiel, especially interesting, as if you read other texts of Ezekiel, you'll know that he is really unusual as a person. He seems to do really extreme things naked for days at a time. So he may health condition, right? We don't know. I mean, again, it's not for me to put out Ezekiel or diagnose him. From the record, it seems like Ezekiel may have, because it shows that what's insanity in one culture, the shaman functioning in one culture, right? Like you take them out and now they're what counts as insanity, a respective member of society. Like again, going to give the theophany in Isaiah. To says, I'm going to be anointed by God to tell what's really important in America about this time, the time after that, dominant 100 years, America 100 years prior to that. So this chariot mysticism, I say chariot mysticism, you should always keep in mind, right? This is as literally riding on a kind of winged chariot. Unsurprisingly, this form
mysticism is going to be very important. Just as a preview, America about mysticism, the rabbinical elite of Yahweh, and they would meet with various angels, and they would show him through the various heaven, and eventually they're not they're going down, and New York. They go down to the area. And they eventually are given a glimpse of the the entire library was preserved. We have basically an entire ancient Neo-Assyrian library of ancient Alexandria, but over in Iraq. It has tens of thousands of cuneiform tablets that are in great shape because unlike now, right? Books are bad. If you burn down an ancient cuneiform library, right? Those texts are all preserved clay tablets. In burning clay tablets, so thank God they burned it down, right? Because had they not burned it down, we have the entire library. Well, it's in the British Library because they're great at stealing things. And so what we have in the amount of literature from this time period including prophetic literature. In the ancient Syrian context, what they would do is that individual prophetic utterances would be requested by a leader to the king. Those utterances would be written down, and then a digest of those ecstatic utterances would be collected together on large clay, and then those clays have the word in the library of Ashur-bel. So the
have individual utterances stored together on bigger tablet or same thing happened in ancient Israelite context too. Many of the documents that we have, for instance, the book of Isaiah is not written by one person. Isaiah is at least written by three people, right? At three different times with three different agendas. All of the Isaiah texts got edited together into one digest, and that Isaiah prophecy became the book that we now know of as Isaiah. So the exact same literary and material culture in Israel was ancient. Now, so that some of us were raised with this stuff, but these were ancient people. And they did what other ancient Near Eastern people did. A little bit about their prophetic needs. We know that they engaged dancing. Dance was by which both Israelites and Neo-Assyrian prophets managed to work themselves religions have the underworld motifs. Christianity, for instance, has a pretty famous journey to the underworld. Orpheus and the Greek legends. Journey to the underworld business is a pretty typical religious literature. And the journey to Ishtar is especially really wonderful. If you want to read again, literature and religious literature from the ancient, in which women are the central focus, unlike an Israelite mythology where it's all news all the time. For worse. Very complicated scenario. Very complicated was in Israelite society. We know of hundreds of prophets from the ancient Israel. To a sort of material cultural analysis, what that means is that Yahweh was perceived as basically being in constant conflict. That is to say, you could kind of go down the street, there'd be a prophet in your village, very likely, and if you needed to get in with Yahweh, you could probably get into contact with Yahweh, like, right, Yahweh at Yahweh.com or gov. And so widely attested. So first thing that we know is that prophets occur in both genders. We have both women and men prophets. And in fact, the oldest literature attested in the Hebrew Bible are both prophetic, specifically attributed to Deborah and Miriam. As you may know, the seed and found in the book are probably the oldest Bible. They are so old that there's no definite article yet in Hebrew. Probably dating back to the Bronze Age. And what we think is that at this period, both of these prophetic literature, the Song of Deborah, are what we call war prophecy. War band prophecy was a very common form of prophecy throughout the world, in which a prophet had contact with God specifically about military matters. And then after David would sing your praises, having won on exactly what we have in the Song of Deborah and the Song of Deborah, early, probably Bronze Age or very early Iron Age account of a tribal conflict in which one group of people killed the other, right? This is also the story of Yael driving which is metal. And so, yeah, attempts to see a skull, that's the thing. And if you read the Deborah account, especially in Hebrew, it's very archaic. And of course, the Miriam story also probably is a memory of some kind of skirmish in ancient Egypt where the Israelites were able to escape or at least defeat the Egyptians in that case. So I think that's what's interesting about this is that the earliest pieces of literature we have from the ancient Israelites that survive are mystical literature. They're accounts of the God speaking, and they're accounts of the God speaking in both cases. This may indicate, and there's evidence here, this may indicate that women serve a unique and very, very archaic Israelite prophecy. It may have been the case that because they were battle, allowed to talk to God about the battle, or it may be the case that they had, for whatever reason, thought of as some extra kind of Yahweh. We just don't know. We have no idea. It's just conspicuous that this earliest people are both attested to women. We also have independent prophet condemning people we know are famous people like the social practices of the ancient Israel, their excesses, being very wealthy. Amos is probably the social justice-y warrior guy of the Hebrew Bible. He really dislikes the fact that they are the Israelites are so wealthy and they use their wealth to oppress poor people. If you've ever read that great section on resting from food the social injustice, that's Amos. From our tradition, I think that's more progressive people come from the prophet. So he was an independent. So also know that the Israel state employed hundreds of prophets. Hundreds. We have at least two different cases where like kings would have some prophets in their employ, and those hundreds of prophets would go into ecstatic states. They would often act out their prophecy. For instance, if you thought that by enemy, it's not how many prophets would actually have gore, horns made of dance around with the horns of iron, and very theatrical. And that these theatrical shows where prophecy, states, and theater really mesh together ancient Israelite society. So we do know that the Israelite state, the ancient Israelite state, employed a huge number of prophets. Other ancient Near Eastern peoples, the Israelites did not rely on astrology. The ancient Assyrian, ancient Babylonians had developed a very sophisticated form of astrology. The ancient Israelites rejected it for reasons that aren't clear, and they rejected it not because they knew better. It wasn't like the ancient Israelites somehow knew that astrology, that they were jealous and they didn't have a sophisticated math. But the ancient Israelites did not like the idea of astrology. Rather, they liked to check with their God. All things of them were terribly little when it came to predicting the future. They all got destroyed by somebody, and none of them saw it coming. We also know that there were roaming prophetic bands. These are sort of prophets that sort of roamed around the countryside. We know they had leaders. Samuel was a leader of such a band of roaming prophets. And we also know that they would roam around and they would play music and they would dance. Again, this is more dancing and music for a test. Really, one of my things I really what you need to get pagan were, and we do know that, for instance, the king Saul, the first Israel king, came in contact with one of these roaming ancient Israelite prophets, also immediately fell into an ecstatic state. So it's like going into ecstatic. I don't want to say normal, but that. So these bands would come through your town to an ecstatic state. We do know of prophet, and they had some cases society. One case of the prophetess Huldah. Huldah is primarily known from the book of where the king Josiah, the Judite, finds a Torah scroll on a wall written down the just and political. And which is the Torah we still have, by the way. Like, it's a piece of political propaganda of the 6th century BC, which talks about that. That's actually who is an immigrant directly from the north. He's living in a suburb of Jerusalem. They consulted to basically vet whether or not this scroll found in the wall is true. And of course, she does the very wise thing and says that it is. Yeah, I'm sure her neck was on the line. So we do know that women had a relatively high-ranking position of power as prophets. They were not allowed to be priests, but they were allowed to be prophets, and they could do things at high level as basically that scripture. And again, I want to legitimacy is enormously important in the history of Judaism and in the history of religion, I think more generally. Considering how complex women are on almost every level in this historical thing. The ancients, as we know, at least the book of Deuteronomy, by a woman. We know virtually nothing about her. But clearly she was considered to be some section. We there were it was to be a prop paid, but you got 9 to 5 job and you were a prop union. I don't know if they did. But we also know of non-professional prophets. Sometimes they're called Ish Elohim, men of God, and these associated also with working in what may be described as magic. These folks like Elisha, who the only accounts of people being resurrected from the dead in the entire Hebrew Bible are both associated with Elijah and Elisha. And so, on the one hand, they represented God mostly in divine duels. As you may know, many Israelites and other Canaanite people worshiped a god called Baal, who was very popular as a storm god, because as you may know, storms are very rare in ancient Israel. Winter rains, basically, to make sure that agricultural crops, and so storms were Baal was very popular. Well, just like on the middle school playground of your playwork, and so did the gods. And so what we know most famously about Elijah was Elijah challenged the prophets of home to a man subsequently murdered them all, laying their heads off. If that rings up Al Qaeda or Daesh to you, yes, this is a brutal world. The story happened or not, we don't know. But the fact that the Israelites writer that recorded it relished in it at least meant that they wanted it to have happened or not. So we also have prophetic duel, where the story in the Book of Kings is really Elijah was a weird dude. And again, he's on the fringe of the society, also called a Tishbite, right? And so as a Tishbite, he may have not even born Israelite. He's a kind of fringe character that people have a very strange relationship with, and we continue to have a strange relationship with him because he didn't die allegedly, and now we invite him into our home. So just remember, right, when you invite him into your home, they did cut off the head allegedly of like 500 people one time. So Elijah. So that prophets seem to have both static and not static, which is to say that some of them went into fugue states, we might call them, or ecstatic states. Others didn't. So we have a range of prophetic techniques. Unfortunately, what we don't have is accounts in ancient Israel. Nothing else. And yes, I know some of you are probably not. At least if they did. Right? We don't have any acceptation of Elijah like town or smoking weed or whatever, or even drinking alcohol. Many of them actually of alcohol. As part of their vocation. So we don't have much of substance use in the prophetic literature. Archaeology is a hell of a drug, and which is one of the few, the top of one of the altars where you burn incense, cannabinoids. And so we know that room, right, would have been relatively small. It's a cannabinoid only. There are only 2 that survived. There's one and there's one at Tel Dan, the Jerusalem one has been destroyed, and so the Shiloh one has never been. But maybe, guys, talk to y'all. I would encourage you to do your experimentation on your own time, see what works for you. So I know. But that cannabinoid thing was just like a year ago. So I think that they come to everything over there. So, actually, they thought they found it. They just didn't think to test it. That shrine's been sitting in the Israel Museum for like 30 years. They just didn't test it for some reason. And so some guy scraped it and was like, "Yeah, it's weed in here." So that's the thing. The image on the left-hand side here is from the Dead Sea Scrolls. This And if you know anything about the history of Judaism, commentaries are our jam. We are a commentary writing people. It's called hyper commentaries, folks. The hyper commentary is a commentary on a commentary on a commentary. Commentaries are art, and this is the first one. This is a commentary on the prophet Habakkuk. Recovered from the Dead Sea Scrolls, and this is the first time read as a text. The commentator believes the prophecy of Habakkuk that are going to happen. Curious future is important to note here, right? Is that even the idea that you mine a prophetic literary line, the future, an idea. Again, you just flip on the radio, I'm sure you reach her right now, telling you what's coming because the thing in the Bible, the book of Daniel, whatever. The first time you see it actually in Israelite literature on Habakkuk. So you can read the book of Habakkuk, it's relatively short, and then you can read the Habakkuk Pesher and the Dead Scrolls, and take a look at that one. This is also in the Shrine of the Book in Jerusalem. People always flock to see the Great Isaiah Scroll because they think that is that there's somewhere at the time of the Habakkuk Pesher. So there we go. As I mentioned, we know nothing about the material culture of the ancient prophets aside from the book written down, clearly the scribe that wrote them as incredibly important and copied them. We think about their practice, their mystical practices, so we don't know anything about their meditation techniques, their drugs they may have used or not used. We know very little about how they reconstruct what is very difficult. We also know very little about the phenomenon. We know very little about it because ancient Israelites, like many ancient cultures, just didn't put as much emphasis on subjectivity that we do. People, we love talking about ourselves, and you can have books out people talking about it. We have memoirs and that. Ancient peoples did not hear about subjectivity in the way that we do. And so when you think about this from reading the Hebrew Bible, how often do you learn about the emotional characters? Basically never. He got angry, or they were sad, and they move on. We know very little about the interiority of these characters because they didn't hear about it as a liturgy, like Russian romanticism or something. And we know little about the phenomenology of experiences. Aside from they were apparently very scary. He was a political, he was an economic anchor. We know that with that many people, 400 prophets employed, this is a part of the economy, right? This was no marginal thing in any stretch of the imagination. But we know very little about it from a material culture point of view, unfortunately. What we do know is the prophets went away. The Israelite prophecy went away eventually. And the reason probably that it went away is the countries that they served were destroyed. Ancient Israel was destroyed in 7 CE, and ancient Judah was destroyed. Well, you don't have to alive. You're alive. And we know there were prophets operating in the exile. Ezekiel is one of them. Jeremiah flees into Egypt. The social institution of prophecy did not survive these destructions. So, why? Well, thing that happened in the ancient world. Another reason why it can be the case, well, they didn't see it coming. The whole job is to communicate what's about to happen to us and how we can make this not happen. And they didn't, right? So, again, if your astrologer doesn't see the thing coming, well, if you think it's coming like you're being destroyed, well, ability to communicate for your God. Also, we also know that prophecies weren't terribly popular in some ways. I mean, no one likes social. You're rich and God because of your wealth. People don't like being told that the evil was evil, right? And they're also the people that kill to prevent them from saying that. They got themselves killed for saying these kinds of things. So they were also always at some level, in many ways, marginalized. As the situation, the whole situation in Judah gets increasingly bad, what ends up happening is that prophecy Israelites basically saying, well, one day God's going to come and kill them, right? The right thing. God's going to kill God's revenge on you. And this becomes what sometimes we refer to as this preacher to prophecy. God's abandoning you. God's going to kill you all. I'm out. Right? And so there's a kind of profession that seems to set in where the prophets are increasingly thinking God will sort things out because of the nightmare. The Babylonians are destroying everything like that. And what ends up happening is that after the Judahite state is destroyed in the 6th century BC, the prophets they are done for as an institution. The Judahite prophets prophetic literature as we have it in the now that doesn't mean that people stop being weird. People continue being weird. It's just that they're weird is a new kind of weird, and that new kind of weird is apocalypticism. Right? That new kind of weird is apocalypticism. Right? What we want is Jewish apocalypticism. Notice what we haven't talked about. Angels, demon, evil, any of that yet. And there's a reason for that. And the reason for that is the prophets didn't know about any of that sites, didn't really concern themselves with those kinds of things. It's the And so when we get back next to the rise of people who have visions of angels and demons who have visions of the afterlife, really believe in an afterlife. They believe in a place called Sheol, and no demons living in there, anything like that. So indeed is a massive aftermath of the end of prophecy, where rather than the prophet seeking to God, rather than the prophet, more than you always prophets, what's going to end up happening is there's going to be a shift from God speaking to the prophets and the prophets speaking for God, rather than speaking God from a visual to a rather switch from an oral culture to a visual culture. And in fact, apocalypsis means to reveal. It's show it.
Hello, Matt. Can you hear me? It's you. I'm based out of Irvine, but that's okay. I go by Rabbi Rothschild. Motor. Well, I live 24 hours a day, 7 days, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years, nearly 5 years, and essentially have created the world's largest community ever archived on the internet. It's essentially a timeline or time capsule in the 1990s, and its king was coined, and I'm basically making it true today way. And essentially, this is be able to study in the world, specifically data, the economy. That, in fact, I am live. Look at all these live streams that I have. I'm live on streams at any given time on YouTube, on Rumble. People can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam and what. Have the data. Some of my accounts are monetized, and those funds within the accounts, and I'm just letting that build. I would like to take the many live streams that I have, again, like 20 that run 24/7, and put that into a 501c3 one day to just trust and have all of the money that's monetized from that essentially run on its own interest and grow. Additionally, is a cryptocurrency that's worth tens of millions of dollars. Because like anyone else in the world, essentially never stop. So my advertising would be applicable whenever they want to view my stream. I think that I'll create even more funds for this trust, not just products, doing live reads and basically creating commercials and product placement in my streams. And then there's the crypto bit. So I have been stream. I have been in Bitcoin for over 10 years. And is that many of the conversations that I've had with people within the cryptocurrency world and in the NFT world will be of value in the future because, again, this is a timeline and time capsule. That being said, I think there are aspects potentially to be able to monetize this through my social media. I have more social media than any person in global history. I do, yeah, at Rabbi Rothschild. At Rabbi Rothschild, it has over 10,000 followers. But I have over 2 Instagram accounts. I have others that have 100 of them more. Yeah, I have over 100 accounts, over 200 Instagram, 1,000 Twitter accounts. I have over 5,000 Sky accounts and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person. And many of my Instagram accounts, even tens of thousands of posts that really nobody has seen. I create robots, and one of the robots that I've been able to do, it records life, automatically uploads it. I literally have a timeline on Instagram of my life going back years, which is really an exciting opportunity. Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. I have like more than two. Absolutely. Well, I am familiar with him, especially his work on in the looks maxing, and as to my knowledge, does stream himself sleeping. Stream myself sleeping. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. That's you in the future to learn people's sleep cycles, to learn about tossing and turning, breathing, and even dreaming. I do IRL streams. I just far as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed as far west as the Pacific. In I've streamed in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, at Disneyland. Absolutely. Or I have, as best I can, when I do IRL streaming, I can't be live on 20 separate streams, but I've had as many as 4 different data to be able to stream myself and archive my life and make backups of my stealth community desktop streams. I have thousands of people in my Discord. My Discord's available at discord.me/. What makes my project really unique is you can come in and connect with me today. Any questions? I support people. I lend care. Really, I have people who live alongside me. I have people on my Discord right now. Some people who are asleep. Some people are just going about their day. But we've unity, and that's what I'd like for the world. Basically, a place where you can go whenever you want and find it in the stream my life. Go ahead. No, no, no. In fact, yes, particularly on Rumble. Oh, absolutely. I use a platform called Video, which multi-streams for me, and so using using one stream, I'm live on 2 separate YouTube streams, 2 separate Rumble. I'm live on Nemo TV. I'm live on Facebook. Yeah, I'll be approaching 5 years this. And this is, I noticed your website, you had a quote of Buckminster, and who I admire. The other people who you quote on there as well, including Nikola Tesla and I believe Einstein. I love the quotes that you have there. I think we're like-minded. And Buckminster Fuller actually is someone who did their best to do what I'm doing, which is understand his journals were basically what went on throughout his day and after his death, catered to Stanford University. I want to share my journals with the world. So the opportunity to view my streams for free whenever they want, not just in 2026, but 2036, 2046, and many of are on futurism, fascinated by future. And so I like to talk about things anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, fast terraforming of other planets, things like Santa Claus machines, which are like replicators, teleportation. I like to talk about de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003. De-extinction, yeah, like what you would see, to see in popular culture is like Jurassic Park. Um, so basically, a species that was once extinct that we've been able to either bring back to fruition, with the Pyrenean eyes of goat located in France. Fast forward to the year 2020, so by 28, the mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, and they made recent headlines with their direwolf project, um, that are available, and followed Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. And when I was a kid, and I'm sure you're the same way, this science fiction, but now in science fact. And other things that I like to discuss are things like life extension technology. Matt, when you and I were both born, the average life expectancy us was probably about age 8. See that increased, and I think we will see it increase with technologies like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryogenics, cold shock therapy, replacement therapy, peptides, and all of the other developments that we've seen. And that's really getting us of transhumanism. People may have the opportunity to be able to extend life past 100, past 120, and maybe have the opportunity to continue to perhaps use reverse aging and to pause their aging, or perhaps reverse it, then eventually get to the point of a type of technology, at least one mind of it, where with people's consent, and I want to emphasize that consent is of extreme importance, people will be able to stick their brain into a computer like a CAT scanner, an MRI, knowing where every atom is in their central nervous system and the peripheral nervous system for download. An android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of themselves, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever they want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you and your audience is that there may be an opportunity at some type of digital. We may be the first generation, or perhaps the upcoming generations, that can basically avoid death, or at least delay it. And death, I think, is a really exciting opportunity. Generally, yeah, generally, first, right upon awakening, I say a prayer. I then do the necessary. A lot of people ask me, do you go to the bathroom? However, YouTube's terms of service and Instagram and do have this, generally archive that on GoPros. And then like people have questions about shower on stream, bathe on stream. Yes, usually it's from the waist up, or and the brushing of the teeth and flossing and all of that. Then from there, uh, I daven, which is I'm a wrap on my tefillin, the little black boxes that you may see Orthodox Jews wear. And what I do is class on Kabbalah 61 days ago, and all in the last 6 so I have probably about 300 hours just Kabbalistic discussion on my show. People who live in the Discord alongside me 24/7, they're up to throughout the day. And I like to robots. So the types of robots that I program so that take any subject that I give it and go to ChatGPT, write a blog on it, put pick on it and shit. And so I've recently over 2,000 blog entries, blogs, amount of data that I'm based topics from time travel, and everything in between. And I'd like to just continue to see what happens with this project. So my day, I have people who come to my stream, and certainly they come to court. They may have an issue with their job. They may have an issue with a loved one. Had some people with some losses. Some people who look for job advice and whatever it may be. Any way I can help people. I get people who like to play games everywhere from Australia and Asia, Africa, all throughout the world, depending on whatever their time zone is, and we play games together. So what games we'll play? We'll play any kind of board game. I'm a competitive person, so whatever we can play. Many times I do. Yes. Usually Discords once in a while. I do have it, but I don't use it. I've played on it one time, and in my Discord. So you can find that at discord.me/rabbi. For anyone out there, whoever wants to find my Discord, just type Rabbi Discord into Google, and I'm first result there. Anyone who wants to play, whenever I have a video, I certainly like to play. I do get a lot of distractions within my Discord while playing because people want to come in but people, card games, whatever it may be. From there, I may go on a walkout. I feel that I have to be forced to be necessarily on camera if I don't want to be, but in my walks or just being outside, hanging out, whatever it may be. Usually I get groceries and stuff sent in. It's easier, but I do live stream that. That is when I go to the store and such. And my meals, every meal essentially that I. Okay, absolutely. 100%. So I'll email you with that, and when I get the opportunity to be able to speak to you and your audience today. Excellent. Thank you. Bye. is what it is, big gun.
So the apocalyptic of a new form of Judaism, and that new form of Judaism is going to be really great. I guess as we wrap up for tonight, prophetic Judaism not completely go away. There continue to be prophets from time to time. You probably know one of the more famous ones. It's Jesus, Josh of Nazareth. That's always the case. Jesus of Nazareth. I mean, Jesus is just a Greek version of Joshua. Josh. He probably voted on behalf of God. And so these people did emerge, and they didn't get themselves killed pretty consistently. And what we'll also see through the Middle Ages, through the rise of the mystery, where the first vision has those techniques, their breathing techniques, and meditation techniques. So we'll talk about some of those techniques as we get into the rise of God. So prophecy is not going away, but it has a kind of, I think, a kind of half-life that as an institution, it passed away, but it has a half-life, and there continue to be prophets from time to time. In Judaism, they also continue to have a pretty bad life. So I don't recommend journey be a prophet. And if you want to make others happy, don't be a prophet. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me and for providing philosophy. Consider supporting my work on Patreon, perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. And Pitching Esoterica, where we explore in history, philosophy, and religion.
It is that. I never know that. It's just what it is. That's what it is. No, it's too much better than the stuff, you know?
Idaho for Brando Gamble, Tony Hinchcliffe. Boise, we're here. Make some fucking. Wow, look at this. It's Brian Redband, ladies and gentlemen. Hell yeah. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is the first ever Kill Team live in Boise, Idaho. We are in the middle of a big crazy show here. This is very exciting. They went bad on 4/18/2019. We're pulling out of there anyway. Exciting. There's actually a lot of signs tonight. Yeah, it's a good and it's been Portland, Vancouver, 2 shows in, we're sold out, and then it starts again in June. Lawrence, Kansas at the Granada Theater, Omaha, Nebraska, Des Moines at Woolies, Appleton Skyline Comedy Café, Milwaukee at the Turner Hall Ballroom Hall, Madison, Wisconsin at the Majestic Theater, Minneapolis at the Cedar Cultural Center, Poughkeepsie in New York. New York has 2 shows at the Gramercy Theater. Drink delicious caveman coffee. Use the promo code KILL. Save 15%. Megan Watkins, Van Born, on Kill Tony. You guys like bands, right? Well, that's very exciting. You know, normally on these road shows we never have guests. A little fun fact for you. But when somebody told us that we were coming to Idaho, I said, Boise, Idaho. Our most likely our lowest turnout of audience members on the entire tour that we're going on. We have to do something special for them. I feel they deserve something special. So let it be known, as it looks, this is the only stop on the tour. Only you boys see the guest. This guest is, if you're a fan of the show, it's one of your favorite guests that you've seen on the show. You know him from his amazing, I mean, he's basically the granddaddy of live and unbelievable documentaries and podcasts. From Doug Loves Movies, you know him from Getting High with Doug. Boise, I present to you Doug Benson. Sons of bitches.
Hey, Mel. The guy with the hat from Fat Albert got pissed.
We got Doug.
Doug's got weed everywhere on the road. It's very time. Lost my fucking notes.
I can say it. I'll be in Madison, Wisconsin. On May 25th at Comedy on State.
That is correct. Oh, there it is. Yeah. May 25th. Doug.com. Touring everywhere.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Doug. This is
It's
so
so
cool.
good to be here. I love Boise.
Yeah, he literally I don't want to blow your cover of being such a great guy, Doug.
I'm always going to tell me his story. Really? Y'all too.
Hey, this is Redman. Come to you live. I'm good episode. Yo, Tony. Back on where?
The ultimate cocaine historian. Yeah. Pretty sure. No. God, I've been through a lot of work. A lot more worse shit. Big as fuck.
Boise, we're here. Make some fucking noise. Wow, look at this. It's Brian Redman, ladies and gentlemen. Hell yeah. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Tony live in Idaho. You guys excited about this shit or what? I know I am. We are in the middle of a big crazy tour, Brian Redman. I mean, here, this is very exciting. They went bad on 4/18/2019, but we're going to be pulling out of there anyway.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of signups tonight. There was a.
Yeah, it's a good amount. So far we've been to Phoenix, Vegas, Salt Lake City yesterday. We're in Boise tonight. Tomorrow's Spokane, and then Vancouver, 2 shows in Seattle are sold out, and it starts again in Lawrence, Kansas, at the Granada Theater, Omaha, Nebraska, the Waiting Room, Des Moines, at Woolies, Appleton, Skyline Comedy Cafe, Milwaukee at the Turner Theater, Minneapolis at the Cedar Cultural Center, Poughkeepsie in New York has 2 shows at the Gramercy Theater. There's a new Reagan and Watkins in 7th. You can currently as of right now, so that's very exciting for you. Correct, everybody? Reagan and Watkins? And Lord on Kill Tony. You guys like that, right? Normally, yes. Little fun. When somebody told us that we were coming to see Idaho, said Boise, Idaho are most likely our lowest members on the entire tour that we're going. I mean, Boise, going there, I said we have to do something special. I feel like they deserve something special. So let me know that
Are you
as
gonna
it
put-
looks, this is the stop on the tour this
You didn't
entire
call it-
week that we'll have a guest. Only you, boys. This guest is from his amazing comedy specials. I mean, he's basically the grand of live podcasting in front of a live audience. He shows documentaries and feeds. You sons of bitches! Wow! Yay! La, da, 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 da. Because we got Doug. La, da, da, bow. Benson is here live in the Doug is he's going absolutely everywhere on the site. Times you are going to notes. Look at that.
Oh, I can say it. I'll be in Madison, Wisconsin on May 25th at Comedy on State.
There it is. Yes, May 25th. Yeah, he literally. I don't want to blow your cover of being such a great guy, Doug, about or get this audience any more on your. They already love you, but let it be known that Doug came here because he looked at our tour schedule. Literally wanted to Boise, Idaho. He really does. It's an amazing city. Honestly, I still need a little more. I don't really. I'm not that big of a Boise guy yet. Way better than Salt Lake City, Utah. Right? What it is. But we're happy here. Doug's here. I mean, it doesn't get much cozier than that. For Clown Stokers to the right. Thing. And that's a band. Show we have what I like to call best damn band in the land. Every single episode they commit being different characters. I never know what they're gonna be. Never know what they're gonna be. It could be anything. Maybe it's the return of some of our favorite band characters of all time. Maybe it's a brand new character. You know, I would expect maybe anything can happen. Let's see what's all together, shall we? Ladies and gentlemen, I present Jeremiah Watts and Trevor Cole in minutes. What's happening here? Wait, what? What is... Oh my goodness. Wow. We were in Salt Lake City yesterday, and I'm guessing these are a couple of women guys. That's what I'm saying. Can you help us out? Please?
Team leader
like, this is what Donald Trump looks like, without, I don't know what you're missing there. What's going on?
Do you want to hear my name or what?
Yeah.
Alfonso, I work in the stock room here.
You're what?
Thomas Alfonso, I work in the stock room here at Target. Watch your tone, mister.
Thomas Alfonso, and one more time, this is definitely the first Target employees on the show, correct? Am I correct about that? Yeah, this is the debut of the Benson. We have Brian Redvance, very exciting. This brings me back to the amazing Idaho bucket of destiny up here. A bunch of you signed up for the show to get the opportunity to do 6 seconds stand up on this stage and then talk with all of us about your find out something that you want to talk about too. Maybe something that you don't want to talk about. You just answer the questions honestly and we'll test. You know, isn't that adorable? Did you hear that? One more time. There you go. It's louder now. Is that the right reference? Balcony bar?
Balcony bar? Yeah.
The balcony bar.
There was another one.
Yes, the runner-up for that was the Lucky Dog Tavern. Okay, guys that know what I'm talking about.
You lucky dogs.
Perfect gay bar, right? Starter head here often, you lucky dog. Just butt fucking immediately afterwards. Alright. Anyway, there's a staircase right here. Try to get on this way. Take your time, be safe. Being safe, down. That is a real cement floor. So take care of yourselves and one another. And you people at the bottom there, catch them if they fall. Please, this big soft. Here, please. All towards him. Yeah. All right, you guys ready to start this? We have their balcony. Very exciting. It's the type of welcome we were hoping. I found out we got fucking Boise, baby. This is how it works. Okay. Let's see what happens here. Put your hands together for Joshua D. Exclusive. Yeah. Here it comes. One more time. Everybody. Continue right now. There is no comedian 60 seconds. And one more time.
Where my anti-vaxxers at? There you go. Here we go, James. Same guy. What in the world? People. Are allowed to call each other N-words. Mentally handicapped can call each other R-words. They get word. Wait, what? So,
construction. We gotta turn our music down when it gets too vulgar. One house down.
Yeah. Joshua Dickey. Kyle, man, I've always wondered what be like if I had a traumatic brain injury. This is good. You got a good smile, kid. I like your fucking bone structure. Maybe one day when you're a little bit older, you can grow some of this manly facial hair that I ended up getting one day. How old are you, Joshua?
23. Is that yourself from Ringtown going off right now?
No. Wowzers. All right.
It's the joke.
Absolutely. So Joshua, let's talk about it. First time ever doing stand-up?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. There you go. Pop in your cherry. And you wrote it on sleep paper?
Yeah.
Can I read it? Can I take a glimpse of comes up with notes that I should get to examine the judge in court, you know what I
I
mean?
mean, I got a bad memory with just the 1 minute. And they don't penalize you for going under.
It's not correct.
That's a good sign.
Better on the page, and I went word for word, Daryl. It's their favorite joke out of the whole, of course. It says, my new neighbor's dog just got kennel cough. Now you guys are going after dogs now? That's it. It's got it. Did Seinfeld write that one for you?
I know people don't take their dogs to dog work.
Because of the...
I don't know.
I don't get it.
Wow. So Joshua, your first time doing stand-up, how old are you?
23.
23, you fucking is great. And you work in construction?
Yeah.
What do? The paperwork?
The work, actual work.
Yeah, back-breaking work. What is that thing up the you sit on?
Did you yell at it during it working as they walk innocently?
I'm not yelling at the guys though.
Oh, yeah.
You're not cat calling, you're dog calling? Just say you're hollering guys while you're at work? What does that mean?
Get them to work.
Are you you're like a supervisor there? Really? How are you moving? Are you moving?
The food is in aisle 9.
For sure. Joshua, what else about you? What do you do for fun?
music, the moment you own it, never let it go.
I'll fucking do it when it happens. Gotta let them warm up sometimes. You can know.
Did you get a lot of opportunities for Adam Sandler?
Adam Sandler with leukemia cosplay? Joshua Trowbridge. Come on, you gotta think hard on this. There's gotta be something. You seem like the kind of guy that shoots yourself in the head, kind of maybe camping or something like that.
Do you play a lot of pinball in the store?
Or do you
That's the answer, or that's the question I was hoping not to get, because I really don't have much hobby.
Okay, you want to play this game? Let's play it. So when you go home, specific,
What's the first time?
no, what do you do exactly when you get home? What's your living? Wait, what?
Like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Chicken, rice, hamburger. I do like your mic cord work.
It's impressive. Fucking chicken.
Yeah.
And then where do you eat the chicken? You sit.
I was by myself.
Yeah. And then what? And then what do
Trying
you
to get me to say I jerk every day?
No, Joshua. If that's something that you do every night when you get home, then we're gonna get in there. Do you jerk off while eating your
No. I clean my plate.
some fucking jerk chicken? Is that what we're talking about? So you eat, then what? You do your put it in the sink. You wait till you run out of, then you clean it. So you put it in the sink is the answer, right?
Yeah, where are we getting out of here?
You put it in. But where the fuck? Stop trying to memorize.
This is a great Law and Order SVU.
Stop trying to memorize your dreams, John.
Look at the dream.
You put a dish on another dish, and then remind you of this hard question. You do it every day.
I sit down. I don't have to.
So you have a TV that you eat on.
I
You
got
eat your chicken or bus
I watch like or whatever while I'm eating. But
Yeah, and then what? And then what?
I'm on YouTube Music a lot. Like,
Okay, okay. Yeah.
what are you expecting? I'm 20. Are you good at cooking? Making something interesting? Or are you good at cooking? No. No? You just make yourself shit. Jerk off of it. Maybe after I eat the cooking, but he's not even at.
What the fuck to do?
When was your last girlfriend? Have you had a relationship lately? Like 2 years. 2 years. Why didn't it?
Go ahead, Joshua. This is where you answer the question.
Good at it.
Not gonna what? Keeping a relationship.
How much? She got sick of chicken.
Yeah. She got sick of eating sitting around until they finally.
Hey, baby, I'm gonna listen to some podcast.
Yeah.
Comedy.
You just sit over there in your longest relationship.
What was your reason for leaving? Your reason for leaving your job?
Just answer the question.
Move back to a home city. Back to
Oklahoma City. Back to Oklahoma. That.
California.
It's one of the best cities out there.
Yeah, it really is.
The city of California, you gotta get a chance to get out. It's pretty big.
It's cool. We live there in that city.
there somewhere.
Josh, I can give you one piece advice. It would be to start wearing a hard hat while you're at work.
I mean,
What?
If we have to wear a hard hat, we just
One more time for Josh.
Posted.
I'm pulling out a microphone out of him.
Yeah. Well, you know, he's used to fucking, I guess, real man shit, I guess.
Yeah.
How about another hand for Zane? Here,
well, you guys are here.
Well, there's a young boy with a bright future who's taking my place at the. His name is Dylan. He's 16.
Follows everything that I say.
I'm not married.
All right, I'm glad I. Yeah.
I'm married to 24/7. You got a problem with that? Meet me in the parking lot.
Wait, what?
I pulled it, Davey. You guys having fun out there yet, huh? All right. Let's keep it moving along. Bring your hands together for Pedro De Patches. Pedro De Patches. Here he comes.
Okay, my name's literally Pedro, but I thought I would just something original for the first time. Where can I go? Okay, guys, one of the things I want to say is it's hard to acclimate to this country because I heard about this dating. It's called Right. Dude, the pictures are fucked up. And then qualified for the advantage. I already made it over here. That's fucked up. It's bad. It's bad. Okay, let's go to another hat. They say this is a land of equal opportunity and it's fair for everybody. Has anybody been to that bathroom? The fucking iPhone. My balls are frozen right now. And the guy that was looking at me, I told him, hey, dude, it's cold. Trust me, it's water bigger when it's hot. You know what I'm saying? But, okay, let's see. Oh, here we go.
Pedro. First time?
For what?
That's how that he done it, but I guess he did do it. I'm glad you're up here. It's the first time we've had Mexican Joe Pesci on the show.
Hey, bro, you know what's fucked up? They saw me from training days, but it was actually the Willie Wonka trial.
Wow, that's how that shit would have gone. You took these things out of yourself.
Green, if you want to know, okay?
All right. Yeah, Pedro, let's slow it down a little bit. So first time ready tonight?
Yeah,
Heck yeah, there you go. First time. Trying to get them to like you a little bit here.
very smooth for a first time.
For sure.
Not the smoothest, yeah.
That's just his head.
That's how we blend in, bro.
Yeah.
That's how we take your job.
Wow. Jesus. So,
Hey, wait a second. I'm alright with you.
my God.
Keep all of my grass.
Zane Roberts.
Yes, this is like if Pedro Napoleon Dynamite never got elected class president.
Hey, bro, but you know what? I still got a backup plan. I'm on football hunters.
Yeah.
surprised.
Alright. Very good.
Dude, you're gonna get a
Wow. Alright, easy, angry at Elbow.
hoping the push spots at Target were really
0 for 7. You're the,
he lays them out there with confidence.
he tries. Yeah, this
Or how did I make it across border if I wasn't confident? Because you're using a genie. Oh shit. I can't give you wishes, but I can give you something else.
I don't know. No one knows what you're talking about.
Hey, bro.
I was accidentally funny if I'm trying to be unfunny and I can't even fucking.
They told us they were building a wall. You know what I thought?
Like, why? Why would you do that? Why would you?
What's the connection?
What do you understand? And I'm like, joke's on you.
I'm gonna be sort of get into you,
But only my glutes. I could be working on everything, but I'm
I
gonna.
can't tell you why. And then I won't make it.
I'm pretty sure you can say the funniest thing in the world, and we're all. Oh god. Pretty much.
I tried it. Me like
Oh, that's fun. Okay, page number 2. So tell me, what do you want to do?
we got an imposter, people.
Page 1, worst thing you could have done is interrupt this Mexican guy's life. We're gonna just talk with you for a second, Pedro. You just relax with that microphone. Alright. Number 2, what have you been doing up until this point?
Well, you know, just doing it, and that's it, you know. My words I'm a plumber.
Wow, so's your comp. No, I'm glad you're
Are
here.
you really a plumber? Just want to do that shit joke. As a matter of fact, I'm Josh Dickey's boss.
Whoa, is that true? I saw.
Oh my
Next
god.
one was yours, and I also filming as guys work together.
I was using it for blackmail. Whatever.
I think in your case it would be brown mail.
Did you say you look like my parole officer? Because that also doesn't make sense. You never make sense.
It's true.
This guy's like, I'll tell you what, he does look like my parole officer, but only his pants are down.
Why would you
Just do it after I get him out. What?
And the real question there would be, why would you even know what Joshua Dick would look like? Why would you suck his dick? The parole officer I would get, but why? You know what Joshua's dick looks like?
One of his hobbies is him sucking his dick.
Yeah. Definitely should finally got one. You definitely should be in some huge thing. Yeah, do it
I can
again.
tell you guys something right now. That wall is not done because if it was done, I would have came up here. I would have capped the fuck out of that right there. You know what I'm saying? You understand your true sense. Maybe you want to.
No, yet again. No, it still doesn't have it. Let's check in with Zane Roberts over there.
Yeah, how does it feel that your boss is
way worse at this than you.
Pedro, so you're the boss over there. It's your first time doing stand-up. What do you like to do? You saw how your MC Joshua basically does. He eats chicken and falls asleep. Is there anything that you do off stage? When you're not working, that's fun, that gives you some relaxation.
With the corn, like you just said it, more like you really want to mow their lawn. I do.
But you really did. I believe you. That didn't seem like joke to me. Do you not mow lawns?
You know what it is, bro? That hair is so long that it almost feels like I got some. Dance around.
One guy's clocking that. He might be on mushrooms. He might be on mushrooms. He may be seen hair appear in that joke of the act out that you
got some of those color out of mushrooms.
Yeah. I'm ordering it. I'm ordering now. All right, Pedro. Well, you had your first hair. You gave it a shot. I love your fucking. We all agreed the delivery of a comedian. There you go. Yeah. There you go. There you go. It's going out on a good note. There goes Pedro.
Yeah. The name of the
The audience that signed up that actually do stand-up comedy.
But also that's when you can't sit up cool anymore. Don't yell it out.
Yeah.
You had your turn. Nobody had cool.
Yeah. Don't yell anything for the rest of the show. There you go.
You just
All right, by the name of Timmy Gores. Timmy Gores, right down the middle. There he is. One more time for Timmy.
how's it going, everyone? So I came up here to tell you the first thing is I want to give you a warning. So here at Boys like to do a lot of outdoor activities. One thing you should be warning is what you eat the night before. So I went to go take a hike. Real nice casual hike. What I didn't expect is that I went 5-10 minutes into the hike. It's not that. My entire day. What I tell you about was Albert got the fried chicken there, but I had the story that someone there just was miraculously healed by the fried chicken. We were walking in, and this woman and her daughter came in, immediately went to the deli, got fried chicken, and I saw the struggle.
Go ahead.
I saw the struggle. She looked up and looked at the shelf, and she reached up to the stood up, and holy shit, it's a fucking miracle. I need some chicken. Thank you.
All right, Timmy Gores. Now, you ate something the night before your hike. You said that you thought you were going to let out a little something, and then it wasn't that. Sure, did he gerbil in your ass?
I mean, it felt it was a trusted partnership.
So you shit yourself on the hike. Were you wearing like tighty whitey kind of underwear? We talking about boxers? Did it drop out?
No, it was more of like jogger pants and butters, and it was a frantic panic to try to figure out what the hell I was going to do.
Frantic Panic is one of my favorite bands I've ever seen in my entire life. But shitty pants open for them that sell them. So you had poop in your pants. How much longer did you have to hike? What part of the mountain were we out here?
Luckily, it was when we first started.
So I think I got away lucky on that part.
You know, because you got to 5 minutes into the actual hike, so I caught it, back, and it could go handle whatever. Oh, okay. Because yeah, that story just you sort of got onto something right after shit was in your pants. And also, it was just like your word shit in my pants.
Right.
Yeah. So your joke was you just shit yourself. That's it.
That's really it. It's a true story. You thought you were gonna fart. All of us.
Wow. Do you work construction? I don't.
Before. I'm kind of corporation. That's company.
No, I'm for a contracting company here in the treasure.
The time tracking service, or
So we do the software that actually, just like when an employee needs to clock in or something like that, they clock into a job and tracks to make sure they're where they need to be. Wow. I like this guy. Yeah, it seems like this feels like some real corporate bullshit. Oh, I hear you.
yeah. And
You look too cool to that kind of thing. Thanks.
yeah, well, ski mask.
Luckily, I'm able to wear just what I'm wearing right here. It's pretty casual. Yeah, this job's made up.
What were you talking about the fried chicken? And have you ever eaten it with Josh before?
I have not, but I'm really interested in seeing what it's.
Yeah, me too. I didn't really ask him. I get the feeling he doesn't cook it all the way through. It's like a bear in the middle.
Jimmy was sat home alone eating raw chicken.
Like to do for fun. You definitely seem to have hobbies. I mean, you've been on one more hike than Joshua ever has.
Yeah, that's factual. That's
What is it?
one of my favorite hobbies is I like doing like stand-up paddleboarding, or I like breaking clay pigeon, doing sporting clays with my
Wow.
shotgun.
Yeah, no, I can tell. You ever shoot a potato bar?
Never have.
That's the, if you do that, you become governor of Idaho.
How that works.
Yeah, you have to shoot a potato with it. 12 Eagle Thrones Idaho, bitch.
Target right in that potato. Target shooting with a potato. Just line up a bunch of potatoes.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
We might talk about the subject. You guys don't sell potatoes.
Target shooting.
We used to. Before the incident.
Target shooting. I was trying to be, I guess.
I knew I was out of time there at the end.
But that joke went over my head like, I'm gonna fight him.
It's ironic that you were running out of time at the end when that's what you.
Yeah. You know,
Very true. Very true.
I thought you would have been able to keep better track. So the fried chicken, what were you talking about?
So we went to the store and we were shopping or whatever. I saw something from like deep in the parking lot, walking fine. So they went and they got these scooters, and I saw them kind of like scooting around throughout Walmart. And then I off the top shelf after they ate the
fried chicken in a scooter, didn't pay for it, and then you saw them get. Well, I'll tell you about things that are true that have happened. Scene that you witness, you just gotta be able to hit it on, come up with something fun about it. You know what I mean? Like instead of just saying, you know, it's about what you ate the night before, I thought I was gonna fart, and luckily I'm still at the bottom of the mountain. I had to go change my underwear, and then I went back up, and I accomplished my goal of shitting right back. That's not it. Yeah, but you put something at the end.
I think we should master himself, Brian Redman.
Yes, Meister.
Yeah, you lunch this up?
Yeah,
Yeah, absolutely. Do you know chicken?
it's a Walmart thing. Everybody
People that make it there wipe their ass, so half the food there. They did a study on Denmark, 80%.
how dare you, everything. I'm going to start this off by Zane Robertson.
Yeah, how many strokes did you have during that set? Just talking to. Hello. What do you want? Not a. Really? Wow. You need more? Whatever it is.
I take it back what I said about Salt Lake City. All right. I like this.
Two walkouts.
Oh, there they go. Wow. Leaving, asking for their money back. Brandon, you step up to the microphone. You don't need it. Why don't you just sort of like casually stay near the microphone? Have you ever seen a stage or a microphone before? You got this. I believe in you. Let me ask you something.
How about you show all the time?
I love it. How long have you been with your wife?
40 years.
40 years. Let me ask you something. You ever titty fuck your wife?
Hell yeah.
Has she ever titty fucked you? Not one.
Just wrote.
talking about your giant tits again. Those hangers.
You're great in Fight Club, by the way.
It's the guy with
Steve-O. You're also great as Meatloaf. Right on target.
Brandon, you said that you watched the show a lot, huh? Yes, sir. So you excited about this? You excited to be up here?
Oh, super.
What do you do for work?
I work in a warehouse.
You work in a warehouse?
I'm fortunate to be up here.
Really?
Oh, see, I do something.
Just be careful on your way down the stairs.
So don't fall.
Anyway, and you know, I don't even believe you. I just think you're not doing that well and you're making excuses. So, what do you do at the warehouse?
I just moved parts around.
Yeah. You ever drive a forklift?
Get drunk.
Big forks, don't you? What is that noise? Groans.
That's the line here at Boise lifted fork. Shit. We all have obese aunts and uncles here.
So, tell the married life, what do you do?
She works title loans.
It's what?
Title loans.
Idleland.
Title loans. Fancy way of saying it. Not really.
Make fun of her, and then you didn't say jokes about her.
Yeah, why do you don't like
I want to hear that, but hey, can I lead us down that road and then make a sharp turn?
You go, I'm not a comedian, I'm just here to talk about my wife, and then you're like, but a little bit me. Remember that? Remember what happened?
Is your wife in attendance today? Is she here? Perfect. What I think I would do, what's only fair, should bring it, but you should have to make fun of her while she's on stage.
You guys want that to happen? Said wife, alright then. This guy.
Anymore. Give it to her. She met him when he was in the insane clown. Talk to her. Yeah.
The end of 500 Days of Summer. What is that?
Hey, so
You'll love it. If you follow the trajectory of it's whatever HBO 2 plays in hotel rooms. That's my movie selection. What's your name, sweetheart?
Tessa.
Tessa. Were you worried he was gonna?
Let me
Ask you a question, Tessa. If he was gonna make fun of you, what do you think he would make fun of you about? What do you think his primary? Is there ever anything he busts your balls about around the house? Get closer to the mic.
you're a nerd.
don't read.
You don't?
No.
Keep telling us things that he makes fun of you about. Here's what we got out of you. You said everything, and then
Talk too much. I can eat.
wow. Well, what are some complaints you have about this fucking loaf of bread that you married?
His eye giantness.
Look at this. Good guy. He looks like a founding father of the bottom half. His father. Yes, fucking Thomas Alfonso.
you're needy.
Tessa, can you tell anything weird about Brandon's penis that only you would? Is it like him? Is it just one giant ball? Scientifically, entity, yes. Specifically, yes. Have you ever been dude on the show?
Not fully.
Right. Alright, well, perfect. Then we have nothing to worry about.
Okay, back to you.
Hell yeah. You either, lady. My God.
I only
That's
got
the most white trash thing I've ever heard. Whoa. Way to turn on me. Take it easy, lady. My. Right, I don't know who the fuck you are.
By the way, that's the meanest thing you can say to kids. Yeah. I don't know who you are. I'd rather be killed than be treated with indifference. Yeah.
Like, the name of the show is Kill This Super Famous. You know me, super.
really like I don't even know.
Completely agree.
Tony's a green.
Yeah.
As his facial hair will tell you.
Yeah. Exactly. You got shot on the lip, right in the middle, so no hair growth there anymore. Very good. Yes, absolutely. That's a common thing. Then. Okie dokie. I'm gonna clean up this page a little bit. I thank you for coming up. Get it. There you go. Here we go. This is interesting. Look at that. They're helping each other. I'm glad you guys did the stairway at the exact same time, by the way. All right. There they go. That's how about one more time for that happy couple there? This is so. Come on. seats here tonight. One more time for them. I don't know who you are. I don't listen to you. Why do you make fun of me?
She had titles, and she couldn't even call you famous.
There you go. Very good. I'm excited about this one. There's something in my gut telling me this is good. Put your hands together for Stephanie and Buddy.
Start off every show of mine with a toast. So raise your glasses with good health. True greatness comes from truly great struggles. So here's to getting through true struggles and reaching out for greatness. Cheers! I've known a lot of fucking struggles. My greatest strength is my greatest struggle. I have the gift to shut the fuck up. Snort. I want a blowjob. I had to ask Belle. He said like you snorted on my dick. No. There's actually a term for this. It's called compliment.
There you go, girl.
You're all me. Anyways, yeah, so I used to do
There you go, Stephanie Ann Mason, everybody. Hi, Stephanie. How are you? I've known you for a while.
I've known Tony since he started.
Yeah.
Cheers to
Play. Indeed, at the Comedy Store. 2008, 2009, around then. And now you live here?
yeah.
This is where you're originally from.
Yeah.
How long have you been back here?
About 7 years.
How long have you been on stand-up comedy?
13.
13 years. How that? Would be considered the first tonight a comedian and only the fifth pull out of the bucket first 50 minutes of a joke with Chelsea did the drink tank where she took the sip right after the punchline. It's very professional. It's incredible.
I'm very I know.
So, Stephanie, what you been doing, Boise? How long were you in LA for?
I was in LA for long enough to do cocaine and get back home.
Did you just do a little right there?
I got sloppy with cocaine and I had a little while, but I was doing the belly, I was doing pretty alright, but I did back home.
Because I entered. I love it.
And then I started doing this here a long time ago. Yeah, I did, I worked at Stanford before. Anyways, yeah. Travel adventure. Yeah.
What do you do for work here? Yeah. Where are you serving at?
I work at Terry's Cafe.
Oh, a lot of Terry's Cafe fans here. Very good, dedicated clap from the audience. What's one of the specialties over at Terry's Cafe? By the way you beef, I'm guessing it's the bacon. Snort? I should have said snort, not breathe.
I was like, dude, I need.
If I was going to make fun of a woman with a guy's wife who was up here, what? You don't even hear me! You don't know what the fuck I am! You didn't even hear that! You don't know can't hurt you. Oh, shit. Oh. we make fun of her. The summer has Ellen Page in it. That's
And I
beautiful.
love 500 days.
You do. You look like you stayed out in the sun for all 500 days.
I became a prostitute shooting up men.
Wow.
How much did you charge? Like 40, like
Yeah. Let's go. Let's go over the menu here. So $40 hand jobs. Let's get an answer out of you. So prices on your menu here.
Because like Cadney was getting paid. You're giving me dollars, like I could just pocket that and walk the fuck home. So I started doing that.
Wait, what would you get the $40 for?
For cow money, huh?
Cab money. Right. So you were gonna leave with the 45.
$100 something ish.
$500. And then when you left, it was like coupons for milk or something like that.
Must be some that. That was pretty much it. Yeah.
Right. Worst thing you ever did for drug money? What was your win for a dream moment?
Well, okay. If you want to hear it, so 5 years ago, this July 4th, Independence Day,
Yeah.
when I shot up the last time, and it was dead in grandmother's trailer.
Wow, you shot with your mother in your dead grandfather's trailer.
Sitting right there.
Zane Robert.
Can I just say this is the most trash fairy tale I've ever heard?
So, did you and your mom use the same needle that day?
Yeah. She was like, oh, I always snort it until I go in the other room. So I don't know. Like,
Yes, Zane.
Yeah, I'm curious about your menu. Do you have any weekly specials or anything like that?
take me back today. It's free. I'm just kidding.
Are you talking about the cafe?
Looks like we have a new member on the team at Target.
How about, so that's, so you're, by the way, July 4th will be 5 years waiting for you. How about a hand for that? That's so cool. When you hear fireworks, do you ever Jones for another hit of that?
Like now, like
Behind your whole life or something like Dick like knock something loose.
I wish that shit was fake. I love when people are like, he's like,
But also,
it started, yeah.
Really? A lot younger?
Like,
I feel like that's from years and years of cocaine abuse.
do it in LA. It's true. I don't think I really have to live there.
You worry you might snort some glitter off of your face into your nose.
I was like, I'm coming to kill fucking Tony. I'm so happy, guys. Like, seriously.
I love that.
Like,
Of course. Yeah.
that shit all the time.
So, you were prostituting. I find it compelling. We've never, in our almost 6 years of doing the show, we've never really gotten to talk to anyone in the business, and it's so cool. I think you should be so proud of your long end. But is there something that is there like a low in that you remember, something like that? Anybody ever want?
Actually, I had to quit places. Like, towards the end, I was just over everything. I was just like, I don't need drug money. I was like, why don't you respect me? Can't do that. So, like, I was just like, leave me
You're
alone.
getting left places.
Well, I was left in Good at a dog park, which is like one of the worst places.
Lovely. I don't know from Tampa, but a dog park.
I mean, hey, after we're done, you drop in a dog park. Sounds like a nice. Yeah, man, I dropped her off at the dog park. Would have dropped her off the pig park. She was snorting the crazy bitch.
What up, Antonio?
That's frightening. I never would have guessed that. run around, play, you fetch, bring it back, bring it back. Good girl.
I got a call. Yeah, luckily I wasn't arrested, and I learned to stop getting it. But yeah, and that was like the breaking point.
Wow.
Anyways, yeah, so yeah, life been ever since, and like moving comedy, and now I feel like I now have something to say, versus before, before I'd be like, oh my god, which is what I hope.
Cindy, you are charismatic, star idol, so that one day when you're talking in a few years about being a recovering heroin addict, you could talk about it with confidence and swagger. And so far, there she goes, Stephanie Ann Mason, everybody. How about that? Good to see you again. Congratulations. Stephanie Ann Mason.
She just gave me her number.
Yeah. Sleep number? Just kidding, mattress, guys. I love it. Dog park. Okay. All right. Pull the name out of the bucket. One word name. Put your hands together for Pinky. Come on, boy. Let's make some fucking noise in here.
So I don't like have jokes. It's more like unfortunate life stories. So like I grew up in Idaho. I've got 5 brothers. We're not like Mormon or anything, but my parents don't know what condoms are. So my mom homeschooled us. So that was fun. Like sleeping. Another announcement. I wasn't like really good with girls. I did get a girlfriend when I was about. Hannah was cool. I don't think she liked me very much. The room whenever I came into the room, so that was cool. Shoot. I rehearsed like 50 times. The plan is get a cat. Yeah, basically. Get a cat. Yeah.
Why did you do?
I was home. So I thought you were a lot of girls.
You like?
I do.
Is that what you just said? I like girls?
But not a lot of girls.
Oh, not a lot.
So the options were limited.
Okay, dude. Let's check in with Zane Robert.
I thought you were gonna say you, because she's homeschooled.
No, she rejected me actually.
All right, let's talk about it. That's
Did you try to back inside of her?
Well, I didn't go quite yet. I was gonna work up to it, like hold her hand, hold her and see where we go from there.
So, you have 5 brothers than you? Is that what you said?
No,
You're in the middle?
I am the second oldest.
Second oldest. Would you say that Hannah, that you were 15?
I was.
What are you now?
I'm 19.
18 years old. Holy shit. Is that your first time doing stand-up?
Yeah.
Wow. Congratulations. Good age to start. You have a good look, too. You have a
young Quentin Turner.
If are you, is girls your thing? Or do you a little bit more experimental. You in the closet. Out, Boise, will you survive? I heard that there's a biker bump. You know what? Walking around. I saw a guy do one of those things the other day.
And he wasn't shooting a shot. What Tony's trying to ask, were you homeschooled or were you homeschooled?
Well, I was home. I kind of lean more towards girls, but you know, I'd be willing to experiment.
Oh, you're gay as fuck, right? Oh, I get it. Heck yeah. This guy arrested potato in his ass right now. Just talking to us like it's
Really want is to be leaned towards. They want to have a shot.
I have a question. This is totally hypothetical, but what would you do with a target team leader if you had one night with them?
I would talk about my stock his shelves. Yeah. I guess he would shoot his right up. The target. Hey, yeah.
They probably,
Yeah. Are your other brothers a little bit like tougher, like a little bit more like, hey, why aren't you playing sports, dude? They're a little bit fun.
and he wears a tie-dye t-shirt, unicorn ice cream legging.
Oh. He's just stoned, dude. He just found pop before the rest of you guys did. I used to be that guy myself. Not really leggings, but not really there. And I never owned a tie that was lying right now. You ever smoke pot?
No, actually.
No, you haven't.
Yeah.
He's 19 still.
You ever smoke pole?
I'll try. Goodness.
I asked, what's with Inky? Why are you called Inky?
Yeah. Is that what you like to stick in your butt?
I like to go middle finger kind of actually.
Whoa.
Yeah, Inky. I didn't really have imaginary friends when I was a kid. Like I was that low. I had imaginary enemies, and Inky was my imaginary enemy.
So, like, what would be your imaginary enemy? Be something that, like, a everyday conversation that you would have.
I didn't really talk to him. I mostly tried to avoid him. Yeah, that's how I feel about Inky.
It's interesting because you look more like. Hey, that's interesting. What do you do?
I'm just starting a job at a movie. Graduated last year.
A moving company. Now, when you like you're going up the stairs, and you are you in the front or the back? Are you like a top or a bottom?
I can think of
Like a car bottom. Hey, there you go. What's up? My goodness, Mickey, I'm excited for you, dude. You're 19 years old and you're fucking trying things. You're out and fucking talking about real shit, your actual feelings. Anything, you guys? You think you can get a job at Target or something?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, Zane, it seems like you might like this guy a little bit, huh?
Off the record.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Would you accuse Jeremiah?
Oh,
Would you, Jeremiah? I mean, what's his name?
what were you just about to say?
Yeah.
Sorry. I had an orientation. Target's like almost right there. Sexual orientation.
Oh, so you worked at Walmart?
Very funny. All right, Pinky. Well, you had your first year. You're 19 years old. You have a huge jump on everybody else, and keep talking about shit. If you want to talk about that, go to open mics. Keep doing it. it for Pinky, everybody. There he goes. I'm not actually gay. He was gonna plug something up here. It would have been his butt.
Quick tip, Pinky, don't open yourself with "I don't have eggs."
Yeah.
It's probably, yeah, but otherwise, you're on your way.
Have a little bit of goddamn swagger at the top end. There you go. He might be. I'm gonna go off on a limb here and say earlier I said Joshua Dickey was the sweetest comedian. So I might give Pinky the sweetest comedian so far. Quite a little. Put another name out there. Your hands together. You got a big pop. They all excited about this. One more time for Nick Dan. Steve. That's my impression of my uncle telling me where to buy a dildo. I really hope I didn't end with that joke. I'm not really this. I was just a normal, regular-sized drunk guy. It wasn't even really a fight, you know? Like, now there was the one later that night. Fuck out of me. Something good came out of it, you know? Quit drinking. Hours. My weekends are mine, you know what I mean? Nick Daniels, fuck yeah, turning into a werewolf. I guess I just really the joke. Adam and Eve, it's Adam, not Adam and Steve. That's my uncle telling me where to buy a dildo. Adam and Eve is the section. Oh, yeah.
So buy it there. Don't buy it at Adam and Steve. Those dildos are terrible.
Yeah, that's me. Or for your butt or for Pinky's. Ever seen Pinky before? Have you ever seen him at Adam and Steve? I haven't, no. Anyway, why would your uncle help you buy a dildo? See, he's nice. Yeah, he's helpful. I like how you've been in that. About a year. About a year. All here in Boise? Yep. What do you work? I'm a locksmith. Yeah. A real life help. Some of the crazes that you've seen or anything like that. I mean, anybody ever lock all their kids in a trailer or something like that? Or no trailers yet. You ever walk in on a mom and daughter doing meth together on 4th of July? No, unfortunately not. Yeah, for about 6 months. Okay. Have you seen anything crazy yet? One time, this guy hired us to get into his house for him, and we his garage door, and his wife he didn't tell us that there was any there. Did he know there was something? Yeah, she didn't like him. Oh, yeah. Did she have a restraining order or something like that? He lived there. She just, I guess they had a fight and she locked him out. Police ended up showing up and they dealt with it. I just, like, hadn't paid. Hell yeah, you're damn right. How does it cost to let someone into a house? $50. $50. Fuck yeah. Yeah, that's all it takes to fucking sort of win that argument.
Would it be if maybe you got really wasted one night, did some poppers with a guy named Pinky, and locked yourself out of a target? How much would it be to get into a target? That's what a lock it is. Are locks getting harder to pick nowadays? Honestly, no. Yeah,
see, the only ones that I have trouble with are like, and that's just because if they fail, I mean, you gotta kind of break them. Yeah. Wow. Chastity belt. Hey now, look at that. No, honestly, I had a big box because I wanted to be a magician when I was a kid. You did? Do you know any tricks? Yeah, I know some tricks. Can you do a trick right now for us? You guys want to see a fucking magic trick? I know I do. Here's a little bit of magic from what's going on? It doesn't work when I'm behind you. I don't know what happened. I really have that trick on lock. You have a girlfriend, Nick? Yeah. How long have you been with this girl? A month. Wow. Where'd you hear her at? Comedy. Actually, comedy club. Oh, is she a comedian too? She is, yeah. Oh, interesting. How long has she been? I'm hosting the show that theaters first set on. Oh, cool. And then that night, you're like, oh, it's pretty funny. What do you say we, Pretty much, yeah. Dear heart, let's do this. The first night, yeah. The first night we hung out, we went and got some drinks, and then went and watched. Yeah, little insomniacs over there, huh? Staying up all night. And he went to work on her chest. Only you probably started. Yeah. Recording this your shed and then you finish this. I love it. It's great. She's gonna come up here. Is there any secrets of the box with like vending machine you can push? Yeah, so special tricks that we would be easy to access for anything. There's a type of lock that every new house has on it. I shouldn't have said that. Boise, I didn't get today. So, for a male between 5'6" and 6'3", white. Good luck. We have some corroborations to the offense and moving in the fact that it's all white people. Jesus, all right. Anything else crazy about you, Nick, that we'd be surprised to know? Any fun facts about you? I don't know. I play Magic the Gathering. Please, for the love of God, give us an example of the beatboxing that you're able to do. Doug actually made a good idea. I don't want to throw too much pressure on you, Zane. I know you're a advisor over at Target, but Doug had an idea that he wanted to hear if maybe you could rap over some of. You have any Target raps or anything? I guess I could rap. Right? Would you guys like to hear? Nick, why don't you give us here's some Target raps? I'm pretty excited about this. Do it. I'm gonna hand everybody. This will be a whole new thing.
like Target, shelves. I'm like Sam with a lot of L's. Helping people every day, greeting them around. I say what's up, and they're like down. Suck your dick. In the market, go there, and I'll beat box low. Dickies come in. It's threesome with dudes. Yeah.
You fucker! I knew you had it in you, Zane. I knew you would summon the fucking devil. Of course he can do it. How about one more time for Zane Roberts or Dick Daniels? Let's get back to this bucket. It's a fun episode. Like this. What happened? Thomas Alfonso have a little bit too much pepperoni. Pizza in Boise. Is that a place? It is. Guido's. Yeah, Guido's. Very good. Very good. Better pizza than we had. Last night in Salt Lake City.
Yeah.
Tony Pizza Bin. Pepperoni City, and so far Boise is in the lead. You can't be proud of your Canadians. You can be proud of Canadians.
I was traumatized as a child. I was about 2 years old. I saw this TV show called there's this creepy potting skin. When I saw it, my mind and my goose pimples turned into real huge pimples. And I was so scared. My mom, being the good person that she is, tried to help this little kid out. Like, don't be scared, little guy. But you don't have to be scared of it. And that's like, Mom, the grenade already went off when this soldier isn't coming home. I got a little kid. I got a little boy. And I just, from that experience, learned that how to raise this little kid with the horrors of the internet today. Through up here.
So something else? You want to do it again? You want to try? No, I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
That was good.
I guess it is. I believe you.
It's just about time somebody's keeper comedy.
Heck yeah.
Lie down. What's goose pimples turn real?
But that was just, I've been trying.
A nurse and a nurse that injected poison slowly. That knowing. No, I'm just kidding. You're a good-looking guy. You look like together all the cast members of Big Bang Theory. Think of that whole time. That anyway.
I have social, what's that word?
Social anxiety.
Asperger's. Yeah, all that. Plus,
Hey, don't knock Asperger's until you meet them. They make people stand up out of rascal scooters.
Hey, how about a hand for that? There you go, Trevor. It's good. That's better than whatever you did up here was better than 90% of people that starts.
I can start.
Hell yeah.
I find
So,
it differently.
is this something you've always wanted to do? You love comedy? You seem more of like a drama guy.
I always envied the drama kids, but I was in welding class trying to be a tough guy.
You were in what?
Welding class.
Welding.
The beginning of a dramatic film.
You think you do well in drama because you already have a huge part.
That's so good.
Put together by the time.
Sorry. You do have it. You never had eyes. Have you ever thought about taking 1 inch further and just combing your left ear over to your right side of your head?
It's not like a go.
So, Trevor, what do you do for work?
Welder.
Oh, you are a welder. Okay.
Are you also a flash dancer?
Maybe
Guys, respect.
I wish.
What do you weld one thing in particular? You specialize in different metals.
Trailers.
What is it?
Trailers.
Trailers.
Mild.
Trailers.
Funny enough,
I was just about to ask you, ours are in your name.
He looks like a guy that likes to say a lot.
Yeah, a lot of hard hours. Wow. Trevor, you ever do any World War II or anything like that?
no, but if that was today, I would enlist.
Heck yeah. Well, there you go. Trevor, what do you like to do for fun? You seem like a guy that definitely has some hobbies. You have
Totally obsessed with psychedelic drugs. It's my obsession right now.
well, we all
But honestly, we hiked down to the river and we found this bridge, and he suggests let's just sit here and meditate for a second. So we sit there, focus on your breath for a moment. We feel each other above each other.
Wait a second. Is this a story? Let's just meditate. I'm not gonna you just sit there and open your mouth and close your eyes. That's all.
You'll feel something on your tongue, but that's the acid.
I want you to fuck me in my acid.
So you did the acid. You had a partner.
Stop me!
I love it. Anyway,
his favorite movie, The Departed.
The Weasel.
Thanks, Leo.
The Weasel goes part. Trevor, what else other than psychedelic drugs? What else are we talking about here? What kind of
All cars.
cars?
I'll buy it. DougBenson.com.
What kind of car do you have?
It's a Ford
Ford Bronco.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard that it's really hard to get parts for that car.
Now, is that a full-time hobby or
I love it. Everything's part-time with him. Nobody knows how to get the party started harder than Trevor Sato.
I don't know how to finish.
did you write that book part of art music? Is it time for us to part?
No, it's almost is, but not quite yet. What's that? Jesus, what are you gonna do? Kill yours? What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Jeez.
Gerard, that part too.
Well,
Too smart.
I like your style. First time doing stand-up. I'm excited for no idea what you were talking at all. You know what? For a first with it, you didn't do it. You guys want to go back to the bucket one more time? One more time. Let's do this. Put your hands together for your final comedian of the night.
What's Danny Brown?
Okie dokie. Anyway, back to this part of the night. Put your hands together for Muffin Talk, everyone. Talk. Interesting. See what happens here. Not seeing movement from up there? What's going on here now, huh? Pedro wants to go up again. Pedro 0 for 24 admits that if he has one more chance, he'll fucking nail it. Holy shit. Did you guys brother? Okay. Perfect. Good. That would be frightening if you weren't. All right.
You have a kid.
Comedian.
Is that
Put your
here?
hands together for Nate Ford, everyone. Nate Ford.
I love strip clubs too. I love strip clubs, man. I think a great name for a swamp should be called Sorry. Give her $1, make her inner smile. Kids of their own. Kids of their own. Will they bring your kids to work?
Fuck yeah. Showing them how it's got to. Look at you, big fucking baby bear you. Are you in the pie you?
Oh, stop.
You fucking love. an Ewok. And it's like, Nate Ford, I believe you. Everything that you said, great jokes. The strip club, the abortion, chili, cake batter. famous diner between here and Salt City? All right, fuck it.
Working it out.
Do you know what we're talking about? Famous diner between here and Salt Lake.
It's right next to A&W.
Wayside Cafe. Wayside Cafe.
That's right.
What do you like to do for fun? Other fun facts about you when you're not doing stand-up?
Movies. That's about it.
I like that.
Yeah.
Like that.
It's a sweet hobby.
Yeah.
I like doing theater.
Oh wow, you do that?
Yeah.
What are
Like
what are some roles that you take?
I see you with Fiddler under the roof.
2000.
Up in LA? Fuck out of here. Is there anything, did you remember any of your moves?
I was more ballet company.
What did you do? Like, did you do something? Did you know how to like catch it and like anything like
But they took a big sheet and they threw me up in the air quite a few times.
Wait, did you wear the sheet before they threw you up in the air?
Nope, I just landed in it like a trampoline type of thing.
How big were these people that could throw you up in the air?
Were you this big back then?
Probably bigger.
Wow, damn, look at you. That's pretty fucking good, man. And by good man, I mean John Goodman.
Yeah.
The only roles he did were dinner rolls.
Alright. You know the reason why you're sitting there. Why are you on?
No.
Do you know him? You just like over
On stairs.
I'm Nate. Nice to meet you.
wow.
What's your name? Molly?
Molly.
Molly.
Heck yeah.
Security to him.
You're about to guess who what are you? Prices start at 300. Look at this. Molly, look a little bit more like Micah. I mean, love it when you laugh. That gun goes fuck you got going there. All right, Nate. Anything else? Any other fun facts that we'd be surprised today? Anything cool? How's your mom?
She is 60.
65. And who do you think died first out of the two of you?
There's bets going on right now with the rest of the family.
Really? What's
It's an above ground death.
In a above ground death pit?
No.
No. You don't go floating?
Push me back into the water, but
You're gonna be. Here we go sinking? Okay. Nate.
Have you ever been to peace?
Better on that
He
roll.
made the same joke when he's. You already made the joke.
I love it.
Bro.
You really are. Incredible. 1999. So, did you ever think about moving to or
I
anything like that?
thought about it. I just wanted to kind of work the road and then want to have something to bring to the table when somebody's going to have to
I know you love taking things to a table.
That's it.
Sure.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know, Nate, I love it.
Spokane, Washington. The Spokane Comedy Club for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Good night for Tony Hinchcliffe.
In Washington, we have arrived. Everybody, Sire, the #1 live podcast in the world. Didn't give a fuck where this is.
This is a micro Kill Tony episode.
It
right?
is.
It's very small stage.
Very tiny stage. Everybody's going to be very tight up here. If you're wondering how much I like it, not, of all the stages to be small, of all the cities that we go to be within its hand resident.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Might get a little chewing tobacco.
Yeah.
That's what we call tobacco for short.
It's such a big club. It's such a small stage. It's adorable. Look at it.
It really is. It's one of those things to where, within Spokane, fucking pack it in tight. Look at this fucking thing. Oh, it's the security guard. Hey, man, how are you? Hold on. I thought you were in there. It was the opposite. Here to keep us safe. We got fucking big bar in Spokane. We're continuing sold out. Yeah, so we were 2 shows in Seattle on Sunday, then we go back with the Comedy Store every single Monday. The guest this Monday is going to be Doug Benson at the Comedy Store, and June 10th we have Free Ross, and I'll announce it right now, June 17th, for the very first time ever in the history of the show. Do your research if you don't know the name. The great and powerful Brian Holtzman will be a guest on Kill Tony.
This is huge. This is huge.
One of the kings of late night at the Comedy Store, a monster comedian, highly respected by everybody, a comics comic, the type of Tony fans will love it. And
He's going to be in.
he'll be back in Kansas at the Granada Theater, Omaha at the Waiting Room, Des Moines, Iowa, at Wooley's, Appleton, at Skyline Comedy, Milwaukee at Turner Hall Ballroom, Chicago at Thalia Hall, Madison at the Majestic Theater, Mid-Year Culture Center, Poughkeepsie, and then New York shows at the Gramercy Theater. The second show has been added to the already sold-out New York City motherfucking Gramercy Theater, and that is the summer tour. Make sure you drink Caveman Coffee, save 10% by using the promo code KillTony, and after the show, I'll let you know right now that we have amazing Ryan J. Ebel, the summer tour. Your name is on it. The name of the comedy club is on it.
And we even have pins. Me and you have a pin, and I have a pin from RockingPins.com.
Our friends over at Rocket Pins, you can get an official Tony pin, or you can get an awesome, definitely $10. The posters are only $20. We're going to be selling those after the show. We're getting one of the late we've ever started in Kill Tony, 10:33. The thing is, I'll say this on the air, is that, I think this date was added a little maybe late in the schedule, and they talk about the guy that was headlining here before this. Drew Lynch, America's Got Talent. Was on, pulled out of the bucket on this show 5 years, never being on AGT. We told him he's a killer. We told him he's got the fucking talent first, and we have everything we need to band. I know. Highly controversial. This team specifically. Normally we would join us, simply not room, but we're all going to be up here together in this fucking toy box just for you. They are the best damn band in the land. Every single episode of this show, they commit to being different. Sometimes it's your local milkman, or what the fuck's going on. Sometimes it's something brand new that we've never seen before. So let's see what happens tonight all together, shall we? They're my favorite thing in all of comedy. They're two of my funniest friends on the planet, and great musicians too. Jeremiah Maya Watkins and Joel Jimenez. Let's see what they are. It's a good energy crowd tonight. And wow, I've never. Oh, these look like new characters to me. What are you guys from Eastern Washington?
No, we're just a couple of Canucks, eh?
Show, is that correct?
The darn shame there.
Wow, look at that, Spokane. You get it. The first ever time we're joined by Canadian. Maybe have Jeremiah. It looks more like a grumpy young man. Instead of the Grimo in transition. This is exciting.
Yeah, my name is Deanie, and what's your name?
Timothy Poutine. And one more. Signed up for this opportunity. At the end of those 60 seconds, feel shit if you want. We'll probably already be. But given that time, they get 60 seconds on this stage uninterrupted. You know your time's up. You signed up and you get pulled up when you hear the sound of a kick noise. There you go. And then wrapping up that, we're going to bring out the Angry West Hollywood Bear. I got that wrong, by the way. It's the Angry 9-Car Bear. Did my research. Ask Cyber, what's the gayest part of Spokane? Just for you. You think it's easy for a guy like me in a car full of dudes to ask you, hey, what's the gayest gay bar that's like a famous around?
Like, would you like to change your destination?
They have a great happy hour, by the way. Tony told me all about it. Hey, that's what happens when Reds are ready for this. You guys excited? We're live. Spokane, Washington. How would I know they have a good happy day? It's horrible. Oh, you silly guy. So you would think they're Canadian. Guy picked up my Sharpie marker for me. What a gentleman. You guys ready to get this party started? I'm on a name. Anything can happen. We got Canadians getting an uninterrupted 60 seconds. Goes by the name of, oh yes, the important. The only way to end is this way. Hey, where'd that security guy go? Security guy, you got a flashlight or something? Is there anybody here? Is there anybody working here? The entranceway is that way. Good luck. And this club's built like a fucking, like an old Blockbuster video or something like that. Circuit City. Don't know exactly what this used to be. For some reason, the only entranceway is all that. So just picture it in your imagination. Don't fall. Look down. Don't trip. Don't hurt yourself. Put your hands together for your first comedian. He goes by Cooper. Here we go. Comedians are okay. Can't leave. Let's see what happens here. One's gonna fucking walk this way. Hey, there we go. Hey, I'm excited. Show it to the guy. This is right.
We do it. All right. So I'm a parent. Any parents in the crowd? All right. Congratulations. Is that babies, when they pee everywhere. The first 3 days of life, people, I said, son, I'm so. I know people in specific that would kill for those numbers. Now, I'm pretty sure Tony's about to say that he doesn't believe anyone would fuck me and produce a child. On you, Tony. My son's adopted. My wife and I are each, but made 7. And that's why I told my son it's okay for him to fuck 8-year-olds.
Okay, little twist there at the end. A lot of math there. Never been quite the algebra guy. Can I just say, I thought this stage was sold before you got up here. And now I can feel the condensation moving off of like the temperature over here.
Very humid. Very humid.
You're
Raining today, just sweating. For the fight of us, eh?
Oh, you. So let's hold your adopted son?
He's 2.
2.
Yep.
And how long ago did you adopt him? Brand new? Used or like? What is that? What are we talking about?
Brand
spanking. Yeah.
Did you get a white baby? We did.
Did you get to the Was there like a thing? Was there like a? Was there any available? Were they a little bit cheaper? See, I had to say, yes, I know Brad Pitt comes all the way up to Spokane to get his babies for sure.
I would.
Yeah, how does that work? How long have you been with the lady that you're with?
7 years.
7 years.
Married for 7 years.
Been married for 7 years together. It is something. I mean, I know it's a personal question, but you couldn't make a baby. Views.com.
Yeah. I don't think they were around back then. I don't think you were sponsoring. So
Okay. Have you ever tried it?
I've not.
I mean, the medicine. Are you having a problem with the sperm count or getting it up? What's your biggest problem? Is it you?
Actually, they couldn't tell us.
Is it her eggs? Did you eat all of them? a good-hearted breakfast joke. A good, honest meal. You know what I mean?
Did you drink too much Surge back in the day?
Surge.
I remember Surge. Yeah, we just got it in Canada.
Was it a problem getting it inside of her? Because you could have just taped it. In there, so it wouldn't fall out when he moved or something. Are you talking about his penis?
Yeah.
The old penis?
The doctor said that 1/3 of the time it's a man, 1/3 it's a woman, and 1/3 of the time they don't understand what it is, but it still works. So like the science is, she's a white lady.
Oh, she's a white lady. Oh.
Was that math?
I don't know. I thought I heard something about age. Oh, half age. Half your age. They said half Asian.
Before you adopted, like, will you be able to feed this stuff? Oh, never mind. You can have the baby.
Yeah. So you have a brand new baby. You ever worry that it's in like a or something like that? You ever hear that when you're sleeping at night?
No, don't worry about it.
What, like you are right now?
Have you seen the streets?
What?
Have you seen the streets?
The streets. Yes, the streets are wet. What are you, a weather guy? No shit. We're in Eastern Washington. It rains here a lot, right?
Not really.
You guys have different clouds over here?
It's the winters are.
Yeah, they are. I've really nuts. Spent a couple weekends here in the winter. Yeah, they're not for you. Look at you. You're a fucking leader. R1. You're a furnace. You're a human furnace. Has anyone ever that would be your new nickname?
No, I'll take it.
The human furnace. You look like before pictures of Tom A. Burkhardt. You look like something that they would send to each other to like make fun. Look at this one.
This guy's from Canada.
Robbie, what else?
2 seconds.
60 seconds. First time ever. How exciting is that?
Wow.
60 seconds to talk about his real life, all the stuff.
I didn't see that one coming. Did you, Tony? That you were a seasoned comic. But those were really good. I'm so nervous. Really?
Yeah. The seasoning that you felt was just everything he's eaten.
This set brought to you by Lowry's.
Look at you. Hey, here she is. So, Robbie, tell us something else, Aggie, that we'd be excited to know. You ice cream or something like that? What are we talking about?
No.
What is a fun fact about you?
You ever had sushi?
I have. What child in Missouri? Your Kansas City Bowl, right? What's it like being lactose intolerant?
Oh, shit. It's Robbie. How about a name? Yeah, what do you do? What do you like to do? What do you do for work?
I'm a teacher.
Yeah?
College professor.
College professor? Holy shit. What do you teach? Not nutrition.
Human development.
Human development. Yes, I develop you to a triple X in no time. Wow. That's human development.
It's something he kids like.
Yeah.
Why I adopted it.
Yeah. Great, man. You're gonna hurt his big heart. You're gonna break his large heart. His baboon heart. My goodness, human development at college. So what is that? What is human development?
It's the study of how humans develop.
Oh, okay. Like, I mean, like, evolve or just grow? Like, what do you mean?
Through the lifespan from prenatal development all the way people develop.
Oh.
They learn and learn social skills.
Interesting. Can you probably none of us know that sort of is like a really interesting teach in a course throughout a year, like one little fun fact, but you know, yellow or
The majority of 70 plus still have sex, and older adults who still have sex live longer. So I always tell my students that if they love their grandparents, to call them until sex.
hell yeah, wow, that's interesting. That's a good little fun fact. You're never early, Robbie, so you're never gonna have to have all the sex you can't pull, especially first time, man. You did it. You're talking about real shit that only you can talk about. Incredible. We started tonight, Robbie. Thank you so much. There he goes, Robbie Cooper, everyone. Running. Yeah, amazing. So cool.
It's amazing because, you know, he was better than everybody on last night's show in Idaho.
Wow. Like every city
No person put together was as good as him.
so far, every city you shit on the city that we were in before. I don't know. You think those people aren't going to listen to the podcast? This name looks just good. One someone that we've seen before. Put your hands together for Graham Cox, everyone. Graham Cox.
Maybe it's just a board.
One more time for Graham Cox, everyone.
Yeah, like Tony said, my name is Graham Cox, not State. My mom's maiden name is Dixon, and my middle name is Richard. So we got a whole bunch of Cox. So if you happen to have a last name like mine, Cox, you have to think hard about what you're going to name your kid. So you don't want to name your kid. Okay. They say it takes a lot of balls to get up here. Really? They say it takes a lot of balls to get up here. And one of my balls got twisted around. Its testicle. Grandfather gave me the nickname.
Fuck yeah. Be pretty exciting. Graham, time doing stand-up?
Yeah.
Wow, that's so cool. It's very exciting. I've always wondered what he would look like if Chuck Norris fucked Pocahontas. So this is all. Can you turn around?
I just want to know what I'm about to make fun of. All right, cool.
All right, face that way. I'll just tell you everything. He looks like the father of the Wendy's girl.
You mean Dave Thomas?
Look the laughs, everybody. He looks like Dog the Bounty Hunter's Lord.
He looks like Willie Nelson with the Vietnam.
He looks like Willie Snelson. Because I'm from Prince Edward Island.
Yeah.
East Coast.
Did anyone ever trying to be an undercover cop?
You look like.
Now? I can hear you kids, Rob. I can hear you. So let's talk about it, Grace. Clearly your first time. Yes.
Yes, just wondering how long you had full braids.
I've asked people to braid my hair. It's really hard for me doing that venture. I'm like, I got to tell how to braid my own hair. So I sit there and my own hair.
Let's just tell the truth. You let children dress you before. Oh, look at this. Talk about it. We're featuring light, everybody. This is very exciting. From the ice house to the lights house. So Graham, let's talk about it. That was your time ever doing stand-up, right? Very good. To go to the first time and pop this chair. There you go. Hell yeah. You so tell us about you, Graham. I mean, this look, this is some instant fucking like shit. I mean,
Well, I live in Nelson, British Columbia.
Nelson, British Columbia. We
In the ski. It was in the dock, pulled over, and my girlfriend and I are looking at each other like no.
Both of your braids flopping in the air.
I'm acting like you guys have fun tonight.
How do you drive? Like what are we looking at?
PF Cruise.
Redman is thinking of PF Chang's, and he picks PF Chang's PT Cruiser. Just to let you know where Redman's head is at. He's
Can I take a guess at this? I'm gonna take a strong guess. I'm gonna say it's either an old. I'm picturing a minivan or it's
a Honda
Element. The PF Cruiser. I see a minivan in your.
So I really want a motorbike so bad. I feel like
You want a motorbike?
I
Yeah.
want one so bad.
So how does it feel being up here with fellow Canadians? Are you?
When I saw you guys, I was like, yeah, so happy. And
we saw your set. We're like, oh.
Okay, Cox. So, what does a guy like what does a guy like you do?
That's a hard question. I mean, it's like
You do for work, Graham?
unemployed at the moment.
What's the last job that you had? Are you thinking? What's the last job that you had? Ask you until you give a fucking answer.
The last job I had didn't last too long. I was working. It was the worst. Working for a building CO2 extraction machine.
Do you make meth?
Definitely not. That's nothing to do on that.
Really? Wow. So how do you earn money? Wacky Canadian economy?
Very. Life is good.
I'm gonna keep asking you. So start thinking of answers.
I mean, how many loonies or toonies did you make?
This is when I was. How does this come up? I work right now. I got a call for working for a low voltage, putting in security cameras.
Security cameras. You need the security cameras?
Yeah. That's where you putting on that? What is it? Wells Fargo story. Those guys. Yeah.
Where are you putting the cameras in the toilets? you put cameras in at Fargo, so
No. I just listening to you did that whole job. I mean,
The fuck are you talking about again? Sometimes you just answer questions, Jeremiah.
over here. You have one part of your set where I really tried to understand what the joke was, but you said Isaac Cox, and I still
Suck.
Isaac Cox.
It was.
And I thought,
It was really bad.
okay, I just needed a clarification on if that's
Isaac Hawks. My friend, he's the one who told me about wanna eat a guy.
No, I like that one, yeah.
Yeah, it's good, but it's all about how you say it, and just how you pronounce it, right? Because how it comes out. So.
Yeah, if a guy named Isaac and you go Isaac,
Isaac.
it's a different way of inflection of saying it. You have a territory pronounce it different ways. I understand. Yeah.
True story. So my cousin Isaac and my cousin said Isaac, and my uncle was like, "Are you fucking serious?" He's like, "Yeah, Isaac."
It's what it sounds like. I never heard. Any time I've ever heard Isaac, I've never thought. But you have. All made sense then. What do you do for fun? You won't tell us what you do for other than skiing and snowboarding. What makes you?
So I go to the skateboard park and in the mornings, and
You live the life of a 12-year-old.
yeah, it's like.
Can I just say, as a skateboarder, biggest fear is being this guy.
What did your girlfriend do for work? Did she make money? Did she contribute to this fund of nothingness?
She works at a bakery.
Where you have given up on
Business in town.
I think you're lying about every way that I'm afraid to say, and I feel like after the show you're going to tell me, and I'm going to be like, shut up, fucking said it. I've been doing this for a long time, man. I can feel your energies up here. I know that you're holding something back.
He's just a grower.
Grow pot.
You grow pot. You give up the pot farm. No.
It's BC. BC bud. Yeah, so you grow pot. Okay. You think we're the weirdest undercover cops of all time? We got him, you idiot. Get down on the your braids behind your head. Grandpa. everybody. Let's move it along. I like this guy. I like. Hell yeah. That guy's up to something. Definitely. He's definitely up to something. Because it's like, if it was growing pot, I guess he's Canadian. That's like the sinner or something like that. Canada.
It's probably that. What's that thing they always raid the houses? It's like they're that makes it like a bad place.
How many of you like this?
The worst part is having to watch my dad open presents for himself that he got. And for the last 2 years in a row, he got himself an RC drone. He's really into that, so I had to watch him all day going around the yard and terrorize. He was the happiest to see him since he quit drinking, you know. So he's hanging out in the yard just all day, ignoring the family on Christmas, playing with the dogs again. Finally scared, looking up and really scared and reminded like the CNN images you've seen. It's like, when am I going to drone again, you know? Like, I don't know. So.
Step up to the microphone. Look at you, you little fucking.
I'm not smoking that.
What are you from?
I'm from Montana, from Missoula.
Ooh, Missoula. That's a little bit of a drive, isn't it?
Oh, only 3 hours. I'm staying a couple nights to get a buddy who lives here. So.
Oh, okay. That's fun. You've been stand up in Montana?
My first time.
This is your first time. All first timers so far. It's fucking fun. Is that true?
Except for that, it's been, like I said, it's been like 5 years since I got there.
Right.
I go up to their house for Christmas.
Cool. Happy lesbian couple indeed. That is so exciting. That is so cool. You guys have...
And we can't do this.
How long you been with your girlfriend?
7 years. Wow.
Nice.
Boyfriend.
Oh my god. Is that her? Wow, she's annoying. On stage breakup. Yeah. Tori Alexander, what you been doing with your life? 22? Did you go to school?
A little bit.
Yeah, you went to Montana school. Did you do bear fighting?
I had to get my faster.
Yeah. What'd you?
I went to music school for a little bit.
Yeah. What'd you study musically? Really? Oh wow! Can you sing us a little opera right now? Just acapella style? You have to. If you're wondering, you in front of an audience, you fucking sing it. You don't need a beat for opera.
Like German leader. That's like what I was singing in the car.
What do you want to sing, dude? Absolutely. German, African, I don't give a fuck. He actually did get a degree in music. He's all of a sudden fucking...
Send me.
Why are you teasing us?
I like red bands more, yeah.
I mean, alright. Clearly this is your first time in front of an audience or in show business or anything like that. These people fucking belt out something. You just got married to a red band. You know what just happened here. That means basically anybody here can I'll do that. And there's something like amazing that you could do that would bring this crowd to a fucking Listen to that crowd. You see how they're happy?
Kind of satisfied, though.
There you go. What did we learn here tonight?
I didn't even have to show up my
So Alexander, what do you do now? What do you do for work?
I work in a cafe, serve tables.
Serve tables at a cafe in Missoula.
Serve food there? Serve food.
How long you been doing that for?
A couple weeks. It's a newer job, so.
Shit.
What my degree somewhere else?
You gonna go?
Way down south somewhere. We'll see.
Down south. It's like everywhere south of Montana. I'm sure go hang out with these fucking guys.
By the way, did anybody say hopefully down?
That doesn't sound so good, yeah.
Just we're south of.
Yeah, I got a few cities. New Orleans, Nashville, something like that.
Why New Orleans? Just out of curiosity.
It's like where the music jobs are, somewhere in the city with music.
It feels amazing. I love Nashville. It's a
I
great
heard you got the show there. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun there. Everything's good in Nashville. You ever been there?
My sister lived there for a little bit, but
What's your sister like? What does she do?
she's
You look like a Does she look like a boy?
looks like me, so
She looks
I
like.
can stop and ask if I got.
All right. What does your girlfriend do for work?
She's an elementary school teacher, and she also serves tables.
Oh wow. Elementary school table and serve tables.
She's the breadwinner.
Yeah, well, doing it. You're the bread server. So someone. Yeah.
Yeah, because you look like Jared from Subway.
Do I really? She look like Jared from Subway? From Subway with Mike.
Maybe. Moving on, back to you, Tony.
Yeah, man. So, Alexander, any other fun facts about you that any other your parents do? Is it
Montana?
Montana? Yeah, it's all the same bullshit to me. It's called uncharted life. Yeah, okay, what do your parents do in Montana?
My dad works for an environment company, which is a lot of a bunch of fucked up mine pollution. My mom just recently, so
Your mom hangs out. Does your mom just hangs out? She doesn't work?
she cleans houses occasionally.
Does your mom ever have
I don't think so. Why do you ask?
she sounds a lot like Gramps to me, and I'm trying to figure out. Doesn't seem like she does much. Sounds a little suspicious.
Yeah, he does sound suspicious. My mom's cool though. My mom's like,
I bet she is. Well, Xander, it was nice to meet you when you're first. Because Alex, I know it's late, but we're doing this shit here tonight. This is it. We're living that good life, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That good fucking Spokane, goddamn.
Is there any black people here?
Oh wow, there's like wow. That's one. That's one.
I've never seen one of them before.
That is one more that in Boise.
And Salt Lake City.
City has a lot of black people. It's just this part of the country. Still come out to live shows.
Yeah.
Alright. So yeah, I had kids pretty young, but I grew up, and my wife brought home that breast pump. There's a lot of life coming at a young man, you know, like the little funnel on a bottle, just right there. You know, little tube goes like a car battery. Whole thing sounds like. We had like an old school model, it looked like a defibrillator. You know, we plug in the little lights, would just start dimming. And my buddies don't have kids. They're coming over. We're just like, what? What's happening at your house? Like, it's just my wife in the next room. Oh, the kids are in bed. Will you? I'm like, what? I get it. You know, I'm a good husband. I did it because she used my language against me. You know, she was like, well, maybe just put the tip in your mouth and see what happens.
Fuck yeah. Hell yeah, dude. I like your style, man. Wacky. You've been doing stand-up for a little bit.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. How long? Couple years?
5 years.
5 years?
Comics. Like I'm on the road about man. Yeah, for Washington, I was. So
I love that.
but I'm trying to get out more. Yeah.
Of course. You you've been in the military?
Oh, but thank you. I have been working out.
You remind me very much of like Rob Riggle. Like there's just this very Rob Riggle. Yeah.
I'm trying to keep it off a little more than John Riggle. I feel like the suits just getting big enough.
You son of a bitch. Tell us more about what you do this for a living, stand-up comedy?
It is a second income, but yeah, I'm not crazy. You know
Right,
what I mean?
no.
I got children.
Yeah, how many children have?
My wife keeps track of that stuff, too. 12, 2 boys.
They're still getting breastfed, these fucking
Oh,
kids?
yeah, dude. Yeah.
They must be.
Yeah, man. I breastfed till I was 19 years old. Actually, that first guy,
Shots fired.
Yeah. So I waited until they were older to hit the road. Yeah.
Like a pretty young guy.
23. Yeah, plan.
You still a baby mama?
Yeah. 16 years.
You guys are happy?
Yeah. Very. Yeah.
Wow, what do you think the secret to a happy 16-year marriage is?
Dude, just
Keep that puss and every mood and night, man.
do it, man.
Yeah.
That's 19, and then you just like had to keep her out of. It's like you're gonna go back to see my wife's drive. Like, what you say? It's kind of mean, dude. Like I saw some buzz. It's like I'm a gentleman. I mean, I'm a Canadian. That's something that you're projecting on me, so it's right pussy.
Might be dry to you. It might be Canada dry. So Philip, you seem like it gets hobbies. What do you do? Like, do uprivers? Like, what are we talking about here?
Yeah, I ski and snowboard. So, yeah, that's.
Do you need another kid?
Yeah.
So 14
14 and 12.
14 and 20. Yeah. 14-year-old or girl?
No choice. 14-year-old boy, 12-year-old boy, Boy Scouts, Dungeons and Dragons, the Gathering. Like,
I love all. They're gay. You ever catch them jerking off?
no, not yet.
You ever catch jerking each other off?
No.
You ever catch yourself jerking off?
I am trying not to get.
So that's a big part. It's a war zone out there, a bunch of everybody's jerking off. You don't know when and what. Oh, it's so funny. They don't get. I don't think they have Jewish people here. I don't think Jewish people really. Eastern Washington is one of their meccas.
Eagles earlier. That's
It's true. See how the laughter stopped when we They stand this. Anyway, man. So what else, Philip? Any other fun facts about you that we'd be surprised to know?
I used to be a reporter, so.
Okay, can we do something fun? Can you give us like an impression of you, honestly, how you were like as a news reporter, like right down the barrel? Like, I mean, you just pretend like you're doing like a field piece live at Kill Tony, like, and you are live at the scene, just shooting a little. They're about to toss you. Hey, and over. It's our correspondent here at ABC, who's Philip Kosinski.
Hi, I'm Philip Kosinski. Here at Kill Tony. Failure tonight. We've seen a lot of it so far, and we're going to probably see a lot more. Thank you. Back to you, Tony.
Wow, very good. And that was Philip Kosinski. Live on the scene on the. There he goes. Yeah, sure. One more time for Philip, everybody. Philip, one more time for That's a Comedy, showing you how it's done. For this guy out. Okay, his one-word name. Is somebody going to come to this stage? One-word name. Here he comes. One-word name. Fuck yeah, one know a lot. I always say one-word names are in name.
The term active shooter has been confused. But Craig, you're not dangerous with a gun. I can imagine the guy busting into the office. He was like, get down, get down. Oh, 911. Yeah, the gun on. Okay, sure. What's he wearing on his, what's he on his feet? Okay, Tom, what's he got? Actually very good, sir. And what's he like, 5'8", 320? Actually, yeah, he looks about like that. sir. Not an active, very lazy. Hey, we're safe, y'all. Let's get out. We're good. He's not acting. Thank you.
Oh, hell yeah. One more game. Hell yeah.
I know you like them.
Yeah, I do. That's an interesting method. Hey, it works. What's your actual name?
Carrie.
Carrie. Fuck yeah.
Rogan on your shirt.
Sure. Birthday present.
That's pretty fucking sweet.
My wife got it home.
That's so cool. Tell us more about you, Carrie. What the fuck's going on in the world? We know we know it's on active shooters.
It's weird though, right?
It's your first time doing stand-up?
First time, yeah.
There you go. First time. Hell yeah.
He signed up.
Look at that fucking stud right there. Badass motherfucker.
Look at his ears.
Yeah, he's a wrestler?
Yeah, MMA's coach.
Oh, fuck yeah. Wow. No more meat jokes of you.
That's good. I came right from MMA practice tonight.
I was gonna say, but I had to because I feel like the reference would work. But I'm gonna say you look like almost like a fucking dino of Matt Brown. Just an MMA fighter, and he's been dying
I
right
just
now.
told so watch out.
It's a good rep of Matt Brown. You'll Google it later. You'll see.
We get it. Remember I asked you if Kill Tony would ever come here?
When I was doing stand-up?
Yep,
Yeah.
I asked you that.
I love it. Sure. Fuck yeah. Well, you know, we're still on the... we're on the show right now. Gary, tell me more about you. You, for a day job, you were... roofer?
Commercial
Commercial irrigating. So, okay.
No, you're close. That's
So, and you're outdoors a lot all day. How long have you been at for?
10 years.
Years. You do like the digging or kind of machines?
That's Vander's. Skid steers, yeah.
Yeah. My God. You've you work with Bobcats, so that's like that's like a fucking bulldozer, right? Trash box, like one of those hard
I do intermittent.
That's so badass.
I learned it from this guy.
Hell yeah, absolutely. That's so fucking cool. We're gonna check in with the Canadian
Oh
over here.
yeah, I've never more terrified of at the same time.
You ever have to use any of your? I mean, you are free podcast listeners. Like I said, you know, the real fucking man right here. This guy's got a man head.
Too, though, so watch out.
Really?
I think what,
Wow, you
Winning control. Almost like all
and I do the national anthem for all of the local amateur teams.
you sing it?
Yeah, and all the cage fights, I sing that.
Can you give us like an example of like your big part of the song? In the land of the free and the home of the brave, like the big part of it? Come on. Yeah.
Can you see?
Fight right now. You can do it. You just go in. Damn it. Where's that 20-year-old fucking kid thinks he's a little smarty pants? You just got out-thought by an irrigation MMA coach. What else? A grown-ass man.
He just turned 22. He thinks he has a minute. There's minute of time.
Really? Is that true? Really?
That's what he said.
A father-son battle? what's
Ross, but since
you
he's been
named your
two,
son Bear?
since he's been two, his name is Bear.
All right. Well, does he have a last name?
Real Ross.
Bear Ross. Yeah.
Yeah, look at his ears. He's no joke.
Now, if your son loses,
Ready to sing back in the mic, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in Kill Tony history, I'm going to bring up another comedian. Put your hands together. Father-son battle. The one and only Bear Ross. Wow. Let's see what happens. He signed up. We're going to get back to the bucket in a second here. I'm excited to see what happens here. He got greeted by his father, octagon style. One more time for Bear Ross, everybody.
You know what? Cool. I was off. No idea what the fuck is going on. Maybe Wonder would have a lot better luck doing this. He'd have no stage fright. Things like battery. Me and my girlfriend should like better. She said red line, I said Twizzler, and flavor and textures and shit. Original was no black.
Wow, look at that. Holy shit. How cool is this?
that's great.
So that's one of the most heartfelt moments in the history of Bear Ross. One of my favorite parts of that, though, that was incredible was you had the crowd eating out of the palm of your hand. That's your first time doing stand-up? Jesus fucking Christ, man. On great set, formatted the show and did your own style of short fucking jokes. So one of the coolest things for me was you had the whole crowd laughing at the jokes, but no one was laughing harder than fuck here.
Give that whole different set. The way here.
Fucking love it. Look at that. What type of pickup truck did you guys drive up here? Ford F-150.
Father the whole time looking like a black guy to his joke.
Oh shit! Oh shit! That's my son right there! Oh! Shit! That's funny right there!
He even ran away. Yeah.
Oh, hell no! Oh!
You guys didn't see
I love it. So, Bear, that's awesome. It's your first time on stage. Was it scarier than being in the octagon? Where are we talking?
Hard still racing. Usually once you get in the kid door shots.
Yeah, they're all stuff. This is great. So how long you been fighting in the
Done now. Actually, my last fight was about a year, 17 pounds minimum, but I fucking drink anything.
Right.
So give up on my drinks, but
Damn, that had to be hard, man. Weight cutting is extremely difficult. Next night or in the next day?
Seattle next day.
Did you have fun that night? It seems like almost a whole ginger cutting that much weight.
No, best thing to do.
Nothing. You gotta pass the
I got a question.
Yeah.
Which of the mixed martial arts is your favorite?
I grew up wrestling, so
Yeah.
Good one. So
supposed to be the best one.
Yeah, that makes sense. So you're out of the game now.
You could have said it.
Probably.
He's like, yeah, no, that's the best one.
No, rapper audio.
That's what that, yeah.
The dad said right.
Are you gonna say there, Bear?
Speaking of wrestling, do you think you could sign a wrestling card for me?
Sure. Yeah.
I was gonna wait till after.
Yeah, I wish you would have.
Oh, I thought you were gonna do.
John Cena.
I thought he was gonna do the penis of the baby joke. So yeah, just saying it right.
Yes. Wow. Of MMA, what are you gonna do?
No, a little bit. I was at the gym with my dad. I've been working with him since I was in high school, 16. I've been working.
Awesome, man. And underperformance up here. You stayed in the pocket. Now, the one thing that Dini over is the best. The other one out. So you say you guys want to see this sun show? But now it is called. Maybe it's not a good idea, right? Really? You want him to choke you out? Not out when I do it.
What happens when you get choked out?
You wake up like
You wake up super baked and everything's kind of spinning, Tony. Spinning.
taps. Yeah, not out. That you can do. Put the mic back in the mic stand. We'll call it a good shit. That's so scary. How loud this place can get for his father and son duo. I mean, just incredible. He killed it. Want to say?
I've been everybody the first time on Monday came here. I got called up, so
Congratulations, Bear. Thanks. Yeah, and anybody interested in training with these badasses, go to 823 MMA. There they go, the fucking rosters, ladies and gentlemen. That was amazing. That was fucking scary yet heartfelt at the same. The range of emotion.
Have you ever been jiu-jitsu?
No, but it's scary.
Yeah, it was.
I don't want anybody to pass out on stage. We don't have the medical attention for that.
One of my favorite things back then was when Roddy Piper went out of the Comedy Store a few years back. It was the Super, but he was a WWE guy, but he's and it's the same thing. The sleeper is a rear naked choke. One of the comedians one night asked if he could get choked out by Roddy Piper. We were all sort of sitting in the back. It was late at night. We're wondering if Roddy Piper was actually going to choke him all the way out. And not only did he choke him out, but when he went out and they were both standing, he just walked over his body like that. It was amazing. He was looking at my life. And the other dude got up like 6 seconds. The accidental fuck, man! He didn't even realize it had already happened. Oh, here we go. Put your hands together.
So your comment earlier was very real hard. So I am full everything, and then in the time I'm just kind of like, oh my god, life is a musical. It's wonderful, and I can't believe it. And I don't know. It's been raining all day, and I just get over it. And yeah, okay. Okay.
Okay. All right. Here we are. Schmarmini. Am I saying that right? Schmarmini.
In the microphone.
Schmarmini. So Schmarmini, when you signed up here,
personality.
oh, stop it. What's a good example of your personality? It's still happening. You can save it. Jesus Christ. Stop saying I'm sorry, Schmarmini. I'm not your abusive boyfriend. Stop apologizing to me. Schmarmini, tell us about your life. We'll figure out things you can talk. Stand up, right? Fucking God. It's, stop saying do you have no self-control? Anybody ever tell you you have little fucking tongue? Huh?
Yes.
They have?
I don't know why I hate
Listen,
Wow. Oh my
listen,
God.
I'm a Canadian, and this has already been way too many stories up here.
So, Schmarmini, let's talk about your life, okay? You came here with your family, blah, blah, blah. What does Schmarmini look like? Yeah, where do you work? In the tip of the microphone. There's two things to remember. In the microphone and no, I'm sorry.
I work up the hill at a medical laboratory.
Are you on?
Oh,
Did you escape from an asylum?
I feel like I'm trapped in a church, but no.
No, but you're trapped in what, a straitjacket many days of the week.
I like thought that we all have to like all the time and like smoke
You do
a little bit.
a little bit, sometimes, not enough. Have you ever done mushrooms before?
No, actually.
Just on a pizza.
I can tell. Shmarm, what do you do to be zen?
I guess I should look into that. I don't know. I don't like. I guess like that's probably
What do you do for fun?
I went to go to Santa Barbara and hang out with family.
What are you gonna do out of Barbara?
Jump in the ocean.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Shmarmity, do you have any?
What?
Do you have any cats?
You have walks here out on a leash face.
Do you have a dog? Three dogs. Three dogs.
3.9.
Okay. So, Shmarmity,
Tony,
yes.
you just got pointed out. She walks her cat on a leash. This lady right here. No, the one that's pointing at.
What in the world are we paying attention to right now? In the darkness of a Spokane audience during a live show. I mean, I cannot even. There, Joelberg.
So you seem very sort of like closed off from here, but what's like the dirtiest thing you've ever like what kind of crazy shit are you into?
I like that. Good question. Shmarmity, right into the tip of that microphone.
You like butt stuff, like other things, spit,
I
you know,
don't know.
feet.
Like, I feel like into monogamy and there's
Yeah, but when you're monogamous, how dirty do you get?
Yeah.
not dirty at all.
What's something wild about you? What's something that would fucking surprise us, Shmarmity?
You ever been titty fucked?
So random. Joel, were you gone when she said that her family was here? Yeah, I was. That was awesome. Have you ever heard?
By the way, just to paint a picture for the audio listeners, she's wearing a shirt that says "Plinko no Stinko."
Yeah, because I went on The Price is Right a long time ago, and I love this shirt because it was a great day.
You got on The Price is Right, or you went to a taping of The Price is Right? Right. Yeah. They do pre-show interviews for that. There's no way. Unlike us on Phil Tony, that's truly random.
Oh my god. Yeah.
What members are present tonight?
My brother and a couple of cousins and a friend from
Who's the one? Who's like the leader out of that group? Who brought everybody?
So I actually messaged my friend, my cousin Seth, and I was like, "We got tickets to kill Tony," and he was like, "So did I." And he bought 4, and I bought 5, and then we couldn't find. Well, we found people to come, but like no one wanted to fucking come out on a Thursday night.
Right. We know. That's why we did it at this venue.
Right. And so we were just haranguing people like, come to this. And we finally all just came here and I put Shmarmilla.
Oh, what a goon!
Yeah, they really hilarious. All right, we're gonna keep it moving along. We're not really getting much out of it, but we love you, Shmarmity. You had the balls to sign up. You had the balls to do whatever the fuck you. That was just as. Anyway, let's just forget. It's just like. I don't want you to be mean, but my God, that's just really.
Watch your mouth back there, all right? Louis Fox. Thank you.
I mean, it's always so interesting to me when the people that listen to the show and watch it and they come here and they sign up, even if the 60 seconds goes bad. Legends were born in the interview portion of this show. Like, it's like, it almost says the 60 seconds is us getting to sort of meet you and how you talk and sort of a little bit about you. But, to give up and self-destruct during the interview portion, of course, she started bombing the second she signed her name as Shmarmity McShmulla, so she, not only did the interview go bad, her sign-up went bad. That's very rare. Okay, hold another name out of the bucket. You guys ready to cleanse your fucking palates or what, huh? Put your hands together for Brian Hood. Here we go. Brian Hood. Hey! Here he is, Brian Hood, everybody.
All right, so I'm sure most of you guys are very familiar with like the Verge movies, right? I had a different idea for the Verge. I wondered, like, what if it were possible for every male in the world to ejaculate at the exact same time? And there'd be course, there'd be towels and roommates t-shirts, all I'm saying. So, on a different note, like, I'm sure, like, a shared experience you guys have, like, you'll be driving down the road, right, you know, and you look in your rear view mirror and you're like, oh shit, that's a cop. That's definitely a cop. It's cool. It's and you actually realize, like, a minivan or something. You're actually pissed off. You're like, how dare you be a minivan? Are you serious? All right, there's more of
Is
that.
that the end of it? Go ahead. Finish it.
And then you hear the screams from the trunk, and you're like, you shut your mouth. I'll pull his car over right now, and I'll slit your throat. I'm not. I feel like you guys were with me until the last part. All right.
You're all right. You're all good, Brian. Don't panic. Things are... Hi.
Hey, what's up?
Good. How long have you been on stand-up?
About 3 years.
3 years. Yeah. Hell yeah. All here in Spokane, Washington?
Mostly, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. What are you born and raised here?
No, actually, I'm from Tucson, Arizona.
Tucson, Arizona. So how'd you end up here?
I met my wife on the internet.
Really?
Yeah.
What website?
A website that no longer exists called Stickum.
Stickum.
Oh, really?
Now, what was...
Yeah.
That's cool.
Or Stickcam.
Stickcam, yeah. It's like My Free Cams.
It was like a webcam community, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
So your web, what are you doing? You just have it pointed at your bare coffin balls just out there?
That was actually not allowed on that website. It was supposed to be just for, like, chatting with people and stuff.
And you really were on it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, so then you see her in one of the rooms or something, you're like, hey, you want to go to another chat room or something? Like, how does that work? Like, there you go.
I mean, generally, I wasn't really looking for anything. I was just kind of talking to people and stuff, so I just went in there and tried to not be weird like the rest of the people that were in there. You know?
Can you give us an example of you trying to not be weird? Like, got on a chat room. Like, let's say there's a chat camera pointed at you from across there.
I mean, for the most part, I wasn't on a webcam most of the time. Like, it would be hosted person, and then everybody else would just be like in a text chat. Yeah. I would just kind of shit on everybody else who was being weird about how their cock was shaped.
Nice guy just in the chat room, like, yeah, I'm not like, where'd you meet her for your first 9 minutes somewhere?
Well, it's weird actually. She has like a brother that got given up for adoption, and
2 years old? Alright, anyway, go ahead. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, and basically she bought a ticket for him at the birth, and he just flaked on her, so that she only had a certain amount to use that ticket, you know? Because airlines are shitty. Like, hey, do you want to come and visit me and see how that'll go? So I...
First time you met her, flew here,
Yeah.
you saw her in person, right?
It was like 5 months, something like that.
5 months.
Yeah.
And at this point, you're talking on the phone a lot, right? Or
And everything, we webcam.
So then you came here. She's like, "What's up?" You had to.
That is a class step, yeah, sure.
I mean, there's certain things you can only do in person. You know what I mean? That you until
We were in love.
I have to. Now they're committing to that. It's so weird.
Now, there's some weird stuff. I mean, like, it wasn't all roses, for sure.
It wasn't all roses.
It was more like a garden kind of smell.
Son of a jump. Unless that right after a shower, that's the old drain the swamp. You know what I'm saying?
For sure. For sure.
So what else about you, Brian? What do you do for work?
For a health and wellness company, which basically weight loss pills to people over the internet.
So you're not getting high on your own supply.
No. Fair.
I wouldn't really consider Brian fat. You got to remember we're in Spokane. He's like a featherweight in Spokane.
Yeah, that's true.
You're right. So Brian, what's the big difference moving up here? Is there anything fun that you found here that Arizona?
Well, there's snow up here, which is pretty different than the desert.
Yeah, what do you do with that?
I shovel it begrudgingly. I don't really like ski or anything like Phil does. I'm not
What
cool
do you
like
do?
that.
What do you do for fun?
Shit.
Is something on computer, something like that? Or
I mean, I play games, like online games. A little bit of that.
anything else? Anything else fun that you do to get away? You have kids?
Yes, I do have
Oh,
kids.
how old are your kids?
4.
Have you told them the romantic story about Stickum.com?
I'm saving that for when they're all over 18.
How long have you been with? How long have you been with this? You, Spokane.
Well, we've been married for almost 10 years, so I think we've been together for like 12 or something like that.
Oh, okay. So the 14 different baby mama.
Father. Yes. They haven't been married into.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes. Very good, Dan. 10 and a 14-year-old. And the other one, right?
All boys.
Older boy, like, Mom, you're just fucking my mom that you found on some dirty fucking chat site. You mean nothing to me. Stop telling me what to do. You dress like a 12-year-old.
Bear's dad trains him in MMA.
Yeah. Why can't you be more like there's dad, dude?
What's going on there, you idiot?
Why can't
Luckily, or it's
lovely. I don't know if they see how close you are to getting your ass beat right now, but they're looking at it. That's classic.
they like wrestling, actually. They probably be into it. So it's cool.
Yeah. Have you ever gotten into a fight?
Very infrequently, no, like not really. I get along with people.
How about an argument? What's the last good argument you got into? You ever yell at that? You said that you hate that airlines are assholes. You ever yell at someone?
I think the last good argument was with a 17-year-old for sure.
Oh yeah, what was it about? Can you give us like some good dirt here? I want to know what it's really like.
I think it was something stupid, like he wanted to have it in winter and we didn't want to pay for the heating and having it open. Or like,
So he smokes weed.
oh, definitely cigarettes and vape and everything else that teenagers think are cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does he vape? Have you grabbed his vape?
I have broken a couple vapes with the hammer. Yeah.
Great. Send my
Yeah.
Man, you're not even his real dad, dude.
I'm
kidding, Brian.
They get real hot when you smash them with a hammer. I don't know why.
Love it. Well, Brian, congratulations to you. I love the fact that not only are, anybody who's the highest at tonight, thanks for signing up. Comedy. over this bucket one time. Having fun? You sure you're not too exhausted for this? Put your hands up for Dylan Swinford, everybody. Dylan Swinford. One more time for your final comedian of the night, Dylan Swinford.
What's up, everybody? So yesterday, a doctor told me that I can't any impact jobs, so I can't work any physical jobs in the workout. I'm fucked. And I'll probably just kill myself tonight. But anyways, a lot of little things piss me off, and they shouldn't. When I'm riding a plane and I see somebody praying on takeoff, bugs me. You don't have faith in the pilot. That you would get on a plane and not have faith in the pilot. It's fucked up. And also, your method for guys.
Alright. Dylan Swinford. First time on stage?
First time.
Fuck yeah. How about a hand for him, everybody? Signed up. It's not easy up here, I promise you that. So, Dylan, is that true that the doctor told you can't work on yesterday? What happened? What does that mean?
I have a disc.
Herniated disc? That disc?
Generating.
Right.
Yeah. Which means by either 30 or 60, I'm going to have.
Right.
Which is bad.
Right. You're going to be fine. My mom went through that when I was a kid.
Awesome.
She survived. So
what did she do for a living?
Well, it wasn't that. Her injury came because she got hit in a hit and run from a guy that just stole a car at like 90 miles an hour. Her car rolled 6 times. She survived. I was only 1 year old at the time. I wasn't in the car.
I'm a bitch.
I skipped that trip. Go fuck yourself, Mom. I'm not gonna die with you.
Can I tell you a funny story?
Absolutely. Now's a good time to start telling funny stories right now.
My mom's real mom died when she was 1 year old in a car crash. It was a rollover and my mom was in it. Oh, that's hilarious.
Real mom, and it rolled over. That's not a funny story.
Wow,
You're trying to think of the funny part.
Man, mom, I grew up since Spokane.
Your mom's real mom died when she was 1?
In a car crash, it was a rollover.
How did your mom's mom die when she was 1?
In a rollover crash.
I mean, I know what you're saying, but how could she be 1? How could she be 1?
My mom was 1.
Oh, right.
Oh,
Okay.
I get it now. It's way funnier, yeah.
So Dylan, your first time doing this, you literally found out yesterday that you can high impact jobs. What was your job up until this point?
I work in a warehouse.
You worked in a warehouse. What are you gonna do? Talked about killing yourself. Let me tell you something. Only great comedians kill themselves, so you can't do that. What are you thinking about? You have ideas yet?
These sales?
Yeah.
Some sort of sales
Sure.
stuff? I mean, like, I seriously thought you were gonna have suicide options.
If you were gonna kill yourself, how would you do it, Dylan?
Probably hanging.
No, okay, let's stop. Let's stop right now. Don't kill yourself. What do you do? You're gonna be fine. You're gonna be fine. Don't like a disc in your back. Sales. What do you think you could sell? What do you think you'd be good at selling? What's something that you like? What's something about?
I could ever imagine doing sell that would be stage time for music or comedy or something.
Stage time for music or comedy? Like, what do you mean, like a booker or something?
Like a booker of sorts.
Do you have any? You know what? After the show, ask the owner of the Spokane Comedy to start booking the comedy club. See what happens. He's never gonna hire you in a million years. So I'm gonna ask anyway, so that he can be like, I'll let it go. Driving a forklift. So no, you're gonna be Dylan. This is you gotta look at this as new beginning. Clearly with all these fucking names in this bucket, you're very Mr. Nice Guy. Can you help me out? Yeah, I'm going back. Now you're and you finding out yesterday that you literally can't work in the only thing that you know about that field anymore. I would take it as sort of a sign that like it's the beginnings, you know, that was fucking hot diggity dog shit tonight. But 98% of your comedians first suck. Be this, it could be something else. But please, keep a fucking joy. It's fucking I've never seen anyone so sad that they won't be allowed to work in a warehouse ever again. Like you should look at the positives of this thing and have fun with it. The picture of destiny picked you tonight. All right, there he goes, Dylan Swinburne. What do you guys think? Should we go back to this picture one more fucking time? But this is it. I swear to God, this is it. Are you sure you want to do this? There goes Dylan, everybody. Oh my God, he just twice. He shot himself 3 times. All right, we could end it with that heartfelt ending. Are you guys sure you want to do this one more time? All right, this is it. Mr. Nice Guy. You want to fucking do it? This is what you get for being a nice guy. The first ever audience out of the bucket in the history of the show. And the name that he selected is your final comedian of the night, Phil Husted, everybody. Phil Husted from right here. The picture of Destiny sends us home with Phil Husted.
So I suffer from depression. No, which actually, if you think about it, depression is like the shitty of the shit. It really is. I mean, like, look at this thing and got someone to talk. Get advice from. You got to look down sometimes. They don't have to smoke with you. I mean, even psychopaths, sure, they get a little violent and murdering times, but, you know, at least they're focused. Now, I think my depression, maybe it comes from my childhood. You know, when I was like 11 years old, my brother died in a terrible accident. Yeah. Thank you. So, he fell asleep behind the wheel of his car. Now, fortunately, at the time, the car wasn't moving, but unfortunately, the hose from the exhaust pipe to his window didn't help the situation at all. What can I say? Mental health issues in my family are about as rare as 3-leaf clovers.
All right. I love it, Phil. True set there. You started with the depression joke and ended with the suicide joke. That's the full.
There was a theme, I thought.
Hell yeah. Phil, do I know you? How do I fucking know you?
We hung out the last time you were here a couple times.
Really?
Yeah.
Were you in the audience? What was it?
It was right up here, and you texted me.
That's what it was.
Out outside.
Corpse or something? Like, well, I can't even imagine.
I lost a little weight since then.
You did? Oh, I barely recognized you.
That's all right. Mythbusters on the golf course? This guy.
Fuck yeah. On the golf course. So Phil, tell us, stand up.
Yeah, well, when I met you, I hadn't done it. I told you that I'm for sure. But killed tone to it. I did my first last summer, and then since I've been hitting it hard.
Very fucking cool.
Is all your material is everything?
No, it's really perverted, gross. Actually,
Can you give us a short perverted joke that you've written?
oh shit. Okay, yeah. Okay. On the spot. No, what if its pursuit of happiness is mission style? And by missionary style, I mean going toward endorsing the benefits of autoerotic asphyxiation. Excuse me, I'm still lightheaded.
What? Oh, choke because of you were choking there. Or if you were choking, anyway. Okay.
Why does this guy look like the assistant manager of a haunted bowling alley?
So Phil, tell us more about you. What do you do for?
Well, for 18 years I was a software engineer.
Software engineer.
Yeah, and then a couple years ago I basically actually did have kind of a mental health crisis, and I took the last couple years off, and now I'm just kind of getting back into things.
I love it. Are you willing to talk a little bit about your mental crisis?
I just myself or my life very much, so I decided to make a change and better.
And you're happy now.
Yeah.
I love it. That's so
Well,
cool. What are some of the things that bring you joy in life, Bill?
Stand up is a big one,
Of course.
obviously.
Yeah.
I just do stuff that makes me happy. Like I started to learn how to play the guitar. Actually, as doing the mixed open mics and stuff, I actually perform music.
Really? You do a little musical comedy?
Musical comedy.
Oh, you just perform a little bit
Yeah.
of music and sometimes comedy.
Yeah, I'm learning the guitar, so I get up there and play a little bit.
Look at you. Oh, yeah, I remember you doing music when you were the lead singer of Blues Traveler. Suck it in, suck it in, suck it in.
Monica that good.
Yeah. That's fun, Phil.
Yeah.
What a fun, compelling story. You have a girlfriend?
I do not.
Yeah. Last date you were on, what's the situation there?
Oh, that was last summer.
Last summer. I know. I wish I could say I know what you did last summer, but
You know what I didn't do? That too.
you're adorable, Phil. You're such a likable fucking guy. I mean, look at you. I can't even figure it out. You look like you do taxes under bridges. I mean, it's just incredible. It's interesting. You're just an interesting guy.
What happened with the date?
I think I met her online, and then we went out.
She's a lover.
No, I wasn't aware of it. Now I know what I'm doing later tonight.
Oh, look out. Instead, you could have finished writing all the Game of Thrones books, but now you're going to get distracted. Phil, I find your story so fucking cool and interesting, man. I think, and you talked about having a mental breakdown, and I think a lot more people have those and are a little bit more sad and a little bit more fucked up than they admit quite often, and it's something that I think people are really afraid to talk about. But you mentioned that, and you mentioned Poland, and that is so fucking cool, dude. That's incredible.
One thing I learned
For a
is
guy as heavy as you to pull yourself out of the deep end of anything is incredible.
It's like pulled pork.
And yeah, to think that all the whole way that started for you, that your life began to change once you met me and hung out with me after seeing me do stand up. You know what I mean? I think it just goes to show that anybody who I hang out with turns into a fucking wimp.
all you guys, 100%.
Story, not tonight's episode. Bill Husted, everybody. How fucking cool was that? Good cool. Very good. And that is Tony live from Spokane, Washington. We're going to be signing posters right over there. On that fucking side, right there. Just a few minutes. Sign posters, taking pictures, shaking hands. We're doing it all with you and for you. We've done stand up here a great many times, and I had to bring Kill Tony here. I'm so glad that Monday, very late show. Let's not have it one more time. The great Jeremiah Watkins, Dini, ladies and gentlemen. He's got Jeremiah Wonders, a new episode out that with Jason Tebow. A new episode's coming out with Kill Tony. We do interviews on the road. Follow his YouTube page at Jeremiah Watkins. Follow him on social media at Jeremiah Stand Up. Listen to his podcast, Jeremiah Wonders. Buy the album on pre-sale for Reagan and Watkins. Comes out June 7th on iTunes. And if you're listening from Los Angeles, on June 6th at the Comedy Store. Anything else, Jeremiah?
I just want to say I love you guys. Thanks for coming out.
He loves you. He fucking loves you. Spokane. How about one more time for Joel Jimenez, everybody? An artist that is officially sponsored by Ludwig Drums. He's on social media at Mostly. Anything you want to tell these people who can? It's first time ever in Spokane, Washington. All right, we love you. Thanks so much for coming out. Peace out. How about one more time for the great Brian? Red Band, everybody.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Hey, Spokane, we love you. Take care of yourself. See you over there, and if not, we'll see you next time. We love you. Good night. Gentlemen,
What is up, guys?
we are back in beautiful Portland, Oregon. It's very exciting. You guys ready? Let's hear the number one live podcast in the world. Very exciting. We are at the front lake leg of our big crazy summer tour. We're so excited to be back with you here at the beautiful Latin Theater, one of my favorite venues ever. The first theater I ever performed stand-up in, opening for Jeff Ross 8 or 9 years ago. Did it a couple of years ago on the Monster Energy Outbreak Tour with our friend Jeremiah. It's an honor to be back here and shout with in one of my favorite cities in the country, Portland, Oregon. And tomorrow we go to Vancouver. Then 2 sold-out shows continues in June. Lawrence, Milwaukee, New York. Drink delicious Caveman Coffee. Go to cavemancoffeecompany.com. Use the promo code KILLTONY. Save 15%. And the new Reagan and Watkins album comes out June 7th, but you can pre-order that now. You can pre-order it right now. ReaganandWatkins.com. And Ryan J. Ebel, house artist, could not make it. However, after the show, out in that amazing poster that has Portland all over it, we'll be happy to sign those for you. And they're only $20 off. Amazing. And we'll take pictures with you, shake your hands and everything after the show if you guys like. Does that sound cool?
And we have some pins too from our friends at rockandpins.com. You have a Tony. You have a little death squad pin that glows in the dark. You want to do those also?
Yeah, the Tony Hinchcliffe pin does not have facial hair on it, however. But if you'd like, I have a lot of black Sharpie markers. I can make a couple lines. I'll leave a little space for you right underneath my nose. So if that's how you want to do it, that's how we'll do it. I'm very, very excited to be back here. We're pumped, and I'm excited for this show. Should we just jump right into it? As always, there is no guest here on these road shows. However, on this show, it just so turns out that we do have a band. Every single episode of this show, the band commits to playing different characters. They've debuted a lot of new characters this week. We've seen Puppeteers. We've had I can't even remember. They were wait, what were they? Target Employees. Were you guys there?
That was last night.
Very impressive. Anyway, you never know what they're going to be or what they're going to do, and they have a special band member, very special band member joining them tonight. The guitarist from Portland's very own called Portugal the Man, Eric Hockview, the best step, and Joel Jimenez. Is back. Well, it's been a long time, Feminist Stacy. And you, Portland, Oregon. What you guys are as lucky as it possibly gets. I never know what they're gonna do. Everybody knows these characters. These are perhaps the most famous of all time. Feminist Stacy, you look pretty angry about something already.
I am seething with anger right now.
What's happening? What's wrong, Feminist Stacy?
I've been hearing about this stuff in Alabama that's going on right now. And our body, our choice.
I love it. Feminist Stacy's here. From Portugal, the Man is even a feminist. No.
Yeah. That's Garth from Waynesboro. Everyone knows that. This is Feminist Lacey.
And then all the way.
And we're Portugal the Woman.
We have have a Smurf of some kind.
It's Macy, you idiot.
Macy and Stacy are back on the cast, perhaps Gracie or something. Lacey. We have Stacy, Macy, and Lacey. I will not forget that. I'm writing it down or I want to fuck this up. And before we start the show, I want to make a point. I don't know whether he made it here or not exactly, but I just want to say real quick, this show exists if it wasn't for our amazing home of the world famous Comedy Store on the Sunset Strip, giving us the creative opportunity to be one of the first ever live comedy podcasts that evolved, grown, and I do believe that in attendance tonight is the owner of the Comedy Store somewhere. I believe Peter Shore is here.
Yeah.
Will you give him a hand? Incredible. I think he's here. I hope he's here. Portland's very own Peter Shore is taking the place to a whole nother level, keeping all the comedians and audience members happy. And so we're very excited. We have the band, we have Red Band, we have back down. Get your ass in. No one told you to soak in applause, you idiot. You think you put 5 point a 99-cent jack-o'-lantern, you get to jump on stage, you fuckwad? This thing is jam-packed with names. We had an amazing turnout here. We're gonna just know how the show works. If I fan out, you get 60 seconds uninterrupted on this stage. Don't be an idiot. Don't heckle. If you have the balls to sign, hopefully your name gets pulled out, but don't ruin somebody else's set. If I pull your name out of the bucket, that means there's only one way to get up here. You have to go that way, up that ramp and around. You can't miss it. Just follow that wall, up that ramp. You're gonna go backstage and come out here and walk straight to that microphone. Don't fucking touch me. 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know your time is up when you hear the sound of a kitten. Oh, you can barely hear that little baby thing. Oh, it's louder. Wrap it up then, or else you're gonna bring out the angry Heartbeat Milk Street Bear. You might know it better as, of course, the Stark Street Bear, or perhaps Flat Bear. I was as many gay parts to Portland, so Portland Bear. How about we just call it? You guys ready to start this mammoth or what? Here we go, live from Portland. How fucking exciting is this? And your first comedian getting us kick-started tonight. Go by the name Kevin T. Kevin coming around. It's exciting. You guys excited for this shit or what? We're live in Portland, Oregon. Whoa. What's going on? My favorite meal is hamburger helper. And my favorite flavor is the beef stroganoff. So much, I think I call it the beef stroke meal. I'm not very good at dating. My girl told me she didn't have a gag reflex. And I just said, well, you'd be a really bad bulimic person. Okay, does anyone like condoms here? No one likes condoms? Yeah, my cat hates them because he can't breathe very well when I put it over his head. I'm just kidding. He's trying to be a father, so that would be against the point of doing that. My grandma's kind of racist. We went to a Chinese restaurant. Like, I don't care for the Orientals and paper ramen. That's not really the thing there. Has anyone ever drank it so much? Nope. That's it. Oh, okay. There you go. Well, yeah, I guess. There you go. Heck yeah. Welcome to the show, Kevin. This is the first time having a Portland third grader on the show. How old are you, Kevin?
I'm 24.
24. That's your first time on stage right there?
This is my 5th time on stage.
on stage. Wow. And you,
Well, so here we are.
yeah, this guy's like logic without the logic part. Really is. You really put condom on your cat's head? Is that what you said?
No, my cat is allergic to latex, so it doesn't.
Wait, how did you find that out? Like, his ass started swelling up. Is your cat really allergic to latex?
I don't know. There's lots of used condoms around, and she seems fine. So.
How are there? You jerk off in the condoms? I don't understand. How are there used condoms laying around your place?
I just find them on the street, and whenever I find one, I just keep it.
Oh, I see what you did. Well, that's what. Look at Kevin.
Condoms from the street.
Wow. There you go. Have a little sip of your Kool-Aid, pal. There you go.
Oh, shit!
Oh my goodness. Kevin, you born and raised here in Portland?
Southern Oregon, yes. But
Southern Oregon.
Southern Oregon my whole life.
Oh yeah, there's some other Billy goats
Southern Oregon.
here. Southern Oregon, it seems. What do you do for work?
I'm a student. I don't always do.
Yeah, what do you study?
Computer science.
Wow.
So when I student, I like computers or
What?
my skin's kind of bad. I don't know.
Yeah. No, I know your skin's bad. You want to acknowledge it first and open up that game right now?
I look like a CNN being low time.
Like a what?
CNN being low time.
CNN and being low. Spelling bee or anything?
My brain, that's really weird.
Yeah, let's see. Pull it out. What's weird about your nut?
It's just kind of hanging out.
What's the thing to drop that? I saw your set tonight. You dropped the ball already. So, what do you do about that? Talk to the doctor?
I don't know. It's fine. Just like a little different. You know, like
Did you talk to a doctor about that?
I don't think anyone about it.
You should probably talk to the doctor. It's probably dead. Like,
It smells really bad. I don't know.
We're still talking about text filter what? Seconds.
yeah.
You're talking about how I met this baby that hangs on the line.
Shorts are really hurting my ovary. Wow. Kevin, you have a girlfriend?
Oh, yeah.
So you're the only one that you've done inside. Why are you drinking your drink like that? What's happening?
I didn't think I'd call it that first. Here I am. This is exhilarating.
Yeah, these people love you. They don't judge people by their skin texture. Like a ball. Well, of all things, I did not talk with the doctor about this. They're going to consider everything we find. Maybe one New Year's Eve, perhaps the ball will drop or something. Good old plan.
I talked to a doctor. They said it's fine. It's a normal thing from what I've heard. It's people have
That's amazing. 5 minutes ago, you said you haven't talked with her.
But he couldn't pull it out for you. Like, don't you want it out? So I don't know what read where it is. Why?
Hey, you ever been with a girl? Have you ever heard a girl down there and she's like, I don't want to scare you. saw you or anything like that. Like a little pump or anything.
I actually just started. I just moved back working, so
How many did you start? How many weeks ago? 4? Here comes the mountain road. Something else about you. What else that surprised us about you?
there's also being Ethan.
Wow. Is it called Ethan and Ethan?
Sure.
That's your best friend. What do you guys talk about on your podcast?
We just tell silly stories, mostly drinking stories. Stories.
Yeah. Do you have any short phrases that surprise you?
Just hold on, guys. I'm over Saturday.
So you could say she got it all in one.
Which one was that? Who did that? Just a random? And you were in your butt fingered in high school? Alright, well, Ethan and Ethan, what does the other Ethan do?
He goes to OHSU.
OHSU, well, one more reason I'm not gonna listen to Ethan and Ethan. What is OHSU? I don't even know.
It's working in health sciences.
Wow, so he's smarter than you.
Just asshole who talks fast, but
Ethan, how long you been on stand for?
I've probably been on stage like 30 times.
30 times. Which is over like how long ago period of time?
Say it.
How long ago did you start?
A year ago.
A year ago. Yeah. Oh, you broke up with her?
Yes.
Well, that's surprising to me.
She is actually, she's back up in Vancouver.
Oh, is it? Did she die? Did she fly like a birdie or an eagle? Or golf jokes, you fuck. Maybe she was a little bit too polite for you. Is that one of the reasons?
Yeah.
Wow. There you go. Did you guys like it? Well, Ethan, you got up tonight. You got pulled out of the bucket 30 times on stage. Fuck things. Talk about it. What were those parents like? Were they white or Air Force. I grew up in Japan. I grew up in Japan. I was adopted Native American, adopted by American and Japanese parents.
Look at this horse.
See your face. She was absolutely outstanding. I didn't understand much of what she said for her first time. It was great. I'll tell you that. Oh my God. Don't do that over there. I'm screaming. There you go. I don't want to do this. Let's keep on with Morgan. repeat mid-sentence over and over?
A little bit. I think so, yeah.
Okay.
It's like, I got a bunch of acne, and
Really?
yeah. I could actually call my there. So I teach swim lessons. I look at fucking old people all day.
If you were really good at teaching swim lessons, you wouldn't have to be a bodyguard. That was how long you been teaching swim lessons?
6 years.
6 years. And mostly children or just people?
Oh, I mean, the children.
Come on. A little couple in the audience love that one. So when you teach swim lessons, too.
Mainly people that I can like get my hands around. Like,
Those tiny What do you mean?
switch the name, pop it up, and then it goes back in. I saw them at Stacy, and I was like, this is like my fourth time. Time was last year till 70. It's town Stacy.
Don't do that again.
Getting out of the trailer, like down by
It's fucking too much. He really has like the tiniest hands. We've covered those before, like any size you want. We've covered his hands. Yes. I never saw the guy go minutes how many times average.
This guy has chops. This guy's Enterprises at the end of the shift, and you just let it anything else super light other than collecting almost 10 years, 9 years. She runs, she's bookkeeping for an excavation company. Why do you laugh like that? I wasn't going to talk about my wife if I got called out, but here we are, so. A strong woman who says, artist. Especially for your very first time. I've been thinking about it a while. Say that I did a good job and they tell me that.
this show. We do a meet and greet. The energy is sky high, and it's hard to get rest to go to the next city because Charlie is the trust. We're in at CBD Party Company. Test the security of CBD so you can follow the product.
Responded to when you said, I had nothing of it. So, what I'd like to try is an experiment. List some other gay things that you've done. Years in a youth choir.
Jobs, men are better than women.
While it didn't make me come, the amount of effort you put into it, do you turn a blood job or a blood 401k? I bent a little bit. Wasted that if I was, starting out as dick. I was crashing this house, was sleeping on my car at the time, and essentially, hand very firmly placed to the inner thigh, the palm very upset that I hadn't finished yet. So, I probably say about 10 minutes, right? But I can see that he was like a mechanic.
Test. Hello, John. Yes, I can. Thank you. Excellent. Just a few uh, introductory questions. How would you like the podcast to be? Excellent. Wonderful. If possible, and I know that you have some esoteric topics that you speak on. I was looking at some of your podcasts, including the Ariel School. Talk a little bit about perhaps some alien as well as futurism, in addition to my live streaming. One time, one time, but it was on my phone, so I'm on my computer. Most certainly. Sounds great. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, John. Most certainly. Well, any rabbi is at the heart a learner and someone who is wanting to know more about the world. And many of the topics that you cover and that are of interest to me, I see as science. And so they perhaps may not be things that have been declassified yet or disclosed yet, but that doesn't mean that necessarily they are false. Shouldn't at least be some credibility and deep study. Absolutely. And I think most Jews in general, but especially rabbis, are able to stand candidly and present to them the evidence. They're going to have questions. And all we're doing is asking questions more about this phenomena, especially with the recent disclosures of United or is well disclosed. We had in 2017, and that credibility as well. So this is no long book or something that you're going to find for a verified source. This is because absolutely. I'm in agreement as well. Um, when I was a didn't have the internet, the best place that you were going to find anything regarding this was on this Art Bell's Coast to Coast AM. If you're familiar, that's where I would first project seriously, and it wasn't something that was science fiction. These were people who had some type of experience, whether it could be the idea where you could get information, and then as the internet expanded, the websites would raise, and you would learn. I mean, I was a young person that couldn't attend UFO conferences, but you would learn these things were going on, and like, wow, people are meeting in real life, IRL, as they say today, to discuss these types of ideas, and it we talked a little bit about the religious aspect, but the idea that perhaps we may have had some type of guided panspermia, some type of this might be a zoo, the Earth might be a zoo, or perhaps it isn't just like we would see in Genesis or Bereshit. In the beginning, there might have been something different to that. It opened my eyes and my ears, and I would say the thing that really started to change my opinion when the internet became strong enough to be able to support video. So you would get people who upload videos to YouTube, and you might different sightings and footage on different. And the video that really changed Dix because it's what many times the media would force us to digest. But I would publicly there's not evidence, where's the science, etc., etc. But the thing that really changed my view was the Disclosure Project of Dr. Stephen Greer. I'm sure you're probably familiar with it, which was years later. It was the first time that I ever saw credible witnesses, government whistleblowers, who were talking about this subject in a real, calm, scientific way with data and with some veracity to what they were saying. And it was one whistleblower after another, after another. And that to me certainly opened my eyes. And then with the production of more evidence that would come out during the teens, especially the 2017 New York Times article, especially with the David Grush, the Tic Tac from 2004, that footage, there's certainly something there. And if you were to ask or poll, and I've seen polls on this, the American public at least, we are now the majority of people who are demanding answers to what is going on and why aren't we getting better answers from those in authority. We're no longer a minority. We're no longer the fringe. And if it's one thing to speak about these things publicly, it's another thing to get people around a table behind closed doors and really ask people what they've experienced, what they think of the issue. And many times people are much more vocal about it and they just have some fear about being seen as some kind of fringe ideologue, or perhaps they have a career. Um, uh, Avoid this topic altogether because it's not generally accepted in some mainstream discussions. But I'd like to change that. And I've seen in a generation major changes come. And I'd like to see even more in the coming generation. Absolutely. Well, technically, yes. I'm 65 days a year. I don't just stream, I actually archive the data. So you can go back in life, timeline, and it's not time during this period. I keep a radio on in the back. So this is essentially a timeline or a journal or a diary, but of human events, which I really interested. Additionally, I was inspired somewhat by the movie or the television Big Brother. The idea that you could give people a portal into your life. And I learned around data had overtaken the Economist magazine as Earth's #1 resource. And that was a mind idea that this data, something that we can't even, was data for future generations to be able to study. Additionally, to perhaps give us a platform to be able to help people discussions. They eventually start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own to help the world. Essentially, I want to give back to all the people who have helped me along the way. And the way that I'm doing that is first by monetizing the data. I'm not just live on one stream, nor 2 streams, nor 10 streams. I'm live on over 20 YouTube streams at any given time. In fact, if I may, I have my phone here. And for anyone who would like to find my streams, all they have to do is type Rabbi Rothschild, RABBI, space ROTHSCHILD into YouTube, and you can find, let's see if I can get it without blurring. Perhaps I might have the blur issue, but I've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 streams going right. So basically, you can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have, and what this gives people the opportunity to do is view a photo into someone's life from any angle that they wish, from any angle that in which they may feel comfort. And to be able to watch my life, see my interactions with people. And I think long term, this project is going to help humans to study how they walk. And right now, simultaneously, a big pot of money from has to end their streams. Any other influencer eventually goes offline. I don't. My idea is to wear like a Formula One outfit, basically, with are available to the public, and take that money, put it in the charity. Additionally, and just live reads, any other type of advertising, product placement, all of that. And then, moreover, my social media. I have more social media channels than any person on earth. I have over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. And it's basically the world's largest treasure hunt. And when people start to delve in to see that I have tens of thousands of posts and tens of thousands of really just hours of video that have never been seen, it's going to have a revolutionary effect on the world. And some of the things that I'd like to promote and with my stream are things like futurism, are things like alien disclosure, but really are things about giving back to the world, ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm already sponsored by some organizations, including cryptocurrencies. Fortunate. I want to maximize that type of potential globally. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I envision in a generation or two a world, God willing, where no person goes without food, no person goes without water. So, in addition to promoting peace, which is the, the absolute core of my project, I want to help get back to the world and also enlighten the world on many of these subjects. Uh, well, I have some large spreadsheets that I use, but yeah, it can definitely. When I first started, and I recognize that people buy followers, I recognize people buy those, and it really makes work. And I have on so my Discord, and you can connect with me 24 hours a day. I have thousands of people. I have people who live alongside me right now, listening to this discussion, who have decided for whatever reason they enjoy what I do. They enjoy camaraderie. They enjoy the community. They know that they're part of it. Who generally just speak with them, and especially not video 20. I open my up to anyone who has any type of interest in any of the subjects that I'm discussing, but also I lend pastoral support as a rabbi, and guidance and common sense to individuals. Basically, being a resource, one who's looking for help for whatever it may be, relationship advice, or maybe to learn along the way. It's taken a little longer than I would, however, along the way, and I don't think it's going to be too long. Doing podcasts, and I see the growth of my community over the course of the past few years, and I really think that perhaps by this time next year, we may be having this discussion in person on some tropical island or somewhere where I can ensure that you and your audience is in a better place than they are today. And if not next year, hopefully in the coming years. It does sound quite familiar. Within Kabbalah, we have a famous story of in the book of Ezekiel and Ezekiel's wheel, and many theologians, many of my fellow contemporary rabbis, but also generations ago, have at least found some connection to the wheel, Ezekiel's wheel, and perhaps some type of UFO. While we don't necessarily know it, and I don't want to necessarily infer this, we do know that the people of the past in antiquity most certainly had their eyes to the sky. And the idea that aliens could be amongst us is not something that's necessarily anti-Jewish by any means. The main rabbinical voices of uh, really the 20th century, specifically Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson of blessed memory, the seventh Chabad rabbi, Rebbe, uh, had written that there is a distinct um, contradiction between Judaism and perhaps alien life. Whether we had found it, whether it was real, those were all questions that he didn't necessarily delve into. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it. I'm asking questions as an when you round do the general solidify once we get in, then much earthbound. There are other arguments that, especially that it is not earthbound, but these are questions that are being raised, and we're not really. Uh, in terms of more those of the more liberal mindset yes, of hands on extraterrestrial life in a mature to what we have been told for the last few centuries or even before that perhaps there's only Hashem or what we call God, and that's civilizations out there. I know I personally uh, have had this question and have brought Mig and said, and that's the most. However, I brought this to other rabbis, and they've said, I can't explain what's going on. It seemingly doesn't seem human. It depends on the source that you go to. And in the end, just like with religion, no one really knows. It's really a subjective opinion of what people have. But I am excited that the generations of today, specifically within Judaism, are more open to the idea of extraterrestrial life and perhaps even our creation story and the tradition. So, angel just simply messenger, and you can get really and what type of are they human like? Are they simply um, assistants or agents of God? And that's probably the best way. Traditionally, we have seen angels stories about angels. There's Metatron and Gabriel and Michael and Uriel and Raphael, but without necessarily getting into just angels within Judaism or angels just within religion in general. The idea is that the idea is messengers. So whatever the people thought of as being a messenger, it was the best way they could explain some type of agent of Hashem, of God. Now there are other people who certainly, and there is a base that feels that the angels of at least the Hebrew Bible are more intermediaries between Hashem and God, or pardon me, Hashem and Israel, or just people in general. It's really who you ask. Generally, though, the term angel means messenger, and however you want to interpret that is your own subjective opinion. Yeah. Okay. So, um, this opens up a some really great opportunities. So, um, I've heard similar discussions. The idea of consciousness is our soul, or perhaps anything that is not, and these can get for us, and that when we die, else. Um, and we what some people may call consciousness, other people call the soul. What I reference our central nervous system and our peripheral nervous system outside of their body that represent our consciousness and basically control our consciousness. And um, moving that toward the discussion of how these crafts are, there's an idea that aliens so advanced that they are able to communicate in multiple methods, specifically know exactly what's of God to with um. I've seen this. I know on and he's basically like oh the how would I say almost like or on the human skull and be able to get certain messages from individuals uh, feet away or yards away or even around the block if needed. So it seems like that type of technology is possible both from a human standpoint and an alien standpoint. I've also heard stories of aliens who make noises. So maybe I mean I if type of alien exists, then there's probably a giant chance or thousands or tens of thousands or even more types of aliens exist, even within just our galaxy. So the idea of consciousness right now, I think, is something that we just have really scratched the. We don't even really we know, but it's really difficult. It's really difficult to know this, but there is a connection between consciousness and being able to um, control these types of crafts. I don't know if you've seen, or I'm sure you're familiar with Bob Lazar, but most recently there's an S4 documentary that just came out, I believe on Amazon. And it is that these crafts had they were pretty bare boned inside, and it was basically like a pewter metallic, very smooth, almost like 3D printed as we know it today, or just like everything is very smooth, and there aren't like traditional controls. And at least his speculation and some other speculation of ufologists is that these crafts are controlled with the mind or some type of consciousness, and but how that's done is still, I think, a mystery to most people. And I would also say that in his stories, they did some experiments with I believe it was the sport model, and the craft would take off the ground, and sometimes they would have, I believe, a human inside the craft, but that was not confirmed, and they were able to communicate with that person via walkie-talkie, I believe, in at least some of the stories. And some people may say um, Bob Lazar, he can't verify what he's saying, and I understand. But we only have so many sources on this, so take it with a grain of salt. But perhaps consciousness from a traditional hum, human humanistic perspective and a technological perspective is much more powerful than we previously may have imagined. Well, many times people imagine as a, a realm of that which can't be explained. And maybe hundreds of years ago, someone would die of a certain disease that couldn't be explained. It would just be that was the that was God's intention. Perhaps that's true, but there was no real theory to some extent which we can't explain. Hasn't people moral these philosophical questions that necessary, but some other questions like disease, depression, or other behavioral issues aren't that they may be having. Aspects of religion, there are understand and empathy is wrong. Will be able to, and I'm in agreement with that. So for anyone out there who is listening, you should know first and foremost, no one really knows whether you're secular or religious. No one really knows. It's subjective. And at the heart, what one person may call Hashem or God as energy, as Spinoza would have said, another secular person would just call it energy, and that's it. And they're actually not disagreeing. What one person may call God energy, and we get divisive discussion. The but in reality, we're not too far off from each other in many ways, and I think religion is really. I mean, if you look at statistics, people are becoming less than have been for the past century, but even more than that. The uh, highest rate of religiosity in Earth, the known history, is about 1200 Enlightenment and the secularism, religion, and waning to some extent. Not to say a role, I feel, evolve into improvement, as and already does. Perhaps future may consider to be a religion, uh, no different than these types of morality. Do you want to basic behavior? I think that Islam, Gedic society, they're absolutely yes. Thank you. So being a futurist to me, and generally within the futurist academia, is a whole mission. It's someone who, like we have historians, people who's past, we as futurists may study the past, but also toward the future and in advancement of where humanity is moving. And while many people in the past might have considered themselves to be futurists, or even hundreds or thousands of years ago, we might have called some prophets or diviners futurists. That's not what we state. We aren't making bold predictions and hoping they come true. We are people who see the development and the evolution of society, and in our own way um, make certain have certain of where humans have been live streamed 24/7 since before large language models became part of the human psyche, which I think is really interesting about my project. Streaming in fall of 2021. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November 22. So I've actually have like a pre-large language model part of my stream in the almost like the before the AI era, and now I've been able to see with AI's ChatGPT, ChatGPT 1, 2, 3, 3.5, 4, 4.5, 5, so I've been able to see things like Gemini and Perplexity and Claude and all of the other competitors that have arisen, and Midjourney and all of these others, and been able to archive when those happen. In addition to being able to archive events like the death of the coronation of the king, I've been able to document the birth of AI. And what I feel really special about this project is people will be able to see what life was like, certainly from other people's videos, but how my streams and my archives have been able to document this. Now, additionally, what I've been talking about and love to talk about are things like antimatter, gravity, faster than light communication, faster than light travel, space tourism, space elevation, terraforming of other, perhaps known in other realms as replically a 3D printer that's connected to the periodic table that can make anything that you want. And things, teleportation, telekinesis, telepathy, even things that are currently happening that just don't get a lot of publication. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction, when I talk about de-extinction, I don't want people to necessarily jump to Jurassic Park, but I am talking about basically an extinct species that through hybridization, we've been able to bring back to a viable species. The first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Bioscientific is founded, and they've made it there in the next 2 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. To me, that when I was becoming science fans with their direwolf project, their hybrid, the introduction of the woolly introduced the Canadian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. The dodo bird was a punchline for many, many years about dead as a dodo. Basically, it's an extinct species. But the idea is that some of these types of species are able to recreated and perhaps to their natural habitats. These are not things that are being discussed all that much, but they're mainstream. This is not fringe. This is science. Following the extinction, many times I like to talk about humans, and our role, meaning we're moving in an evolutionary period from tradition to something different. I've heard it discussed in many different phrases or terms. Like I've heard Homo technos or Homo techno or of different names, but basically talking about are humans who are able to control their own life expectancy. And I like to talk about things, and for anyone who's hearing me out there, I want to first say this is all with your consent. Consent's very big to me in all aspects of society. I don't want anybody who's hearing me to have things they don't want. But for those of you or those of us who want to live longer than we may have expected, I want to give you the resources with my project to be able to utilize gene therapy, human growth hormones, cryonics, cold shock therapy, and Borgia therapy, perhaps a blood transfusions, more things like perhaps there like nootropics, and really anything to extend your life within a moral way and a feasible way. And then we're moving into the reversal of aging with different pharmaceuticals out there. And again, for anyone who hears me, I don't want to force this on anybody. If you want to die at age 80, that's fine. When John and I were born, the average life expectancy for us was about age 80. But for those who want to extend life 100, 120, I don't feel that we should really get into the realm of what happens when you're 100 older and your body. And for those who ask me this question, there are multiple ways. One of them is mind uploading technology, where we scan their brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in their central nervous system and their peripheral nervous system, since that we talked about earlier, container that's referenced, or everything aside from container that's referenced in some ufology. And what we do is we upload that information into a computer for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. What I'm essentially saying to you, John, your audience, is that within a generation or two of digital immortality, basically savings that you would have in a video game, where you would be able to manipulate your life in any way you want and live indefinitely. For anyone who hears me saying this, if you think I'm saying, oh, so you think you'll be able to term, but that I don't want it to dictate that anymore as it previously has for generations of humanity. I want to be able to control whether I want to live another life as a man, I want to live a life as a cyborg or a superhuman of some sort, or if we're going to travel the stars, as we perhaps are destined to have some type of alien functions or some type of evolution. Can't even imagine. And we're at where we're moving into the transhumanist world, and many times people think it's like the 1%, and nobody else is going to have an opportunity at that. What I don't understand is there are those of us within the trans community that want to give the technology to more people. I don't know if we'll be able to give it to all the people on Earth, but much more than just the 1%. And many times people don't recognize either that if you're hearing me right now, chances are you are part of the 1%. And you may be saying, Rabbi, what do you mean? I'm just an average individual in a Western country. What do you mean I'm part of the 1%? Well, the World Health Organization and World Bank, I believe, both state that if you make like $33,000 a year, you're in the top 1% of the world. So we have to see ourselves as extremely blessed just to have the internet, to have computers. Most people don't have what we have right now. And it's important for us to recognize that we have an extremely exciting future, but also to not forget the people who don't what we have and to utilize the same type of model. I'm also a major advocate of mega projects. You know, we used to have mega projects, I feel, perhaps not always in the most moral ways, but we had the Suez Canal, we had the Panama Canal. We don't do those things anymore. Even in the United States, the federal interstate system is not something that anyone has any kind of plans on doing. I want to ignite this type of passion into the youth of the world. I would like to see something like a Bering Strait. When I say a Bering Asia, of extremely treacherous, but building underneath the earth or below the surface allows for the weather to be avoided or pitfalls and many seismic opportunities to be avoided or seismic impact. And I'd like to see a tunnel that connects North America to Asia. And additionally, in an environmentally friendly and cautious way, the clearing of the Darien Gap, which is about 100 miles of deeply forested rainforest between southern Panama and northern Colombia. With these two projects completed, a person would be able to drive. They may need a ferry at some point in Amazon, but they'd be able to drive from Buenos Aires to Paris or from New York to Cape Town. And for those people who may say, well, this seems like it's and almost we have to think big. And things like the channel, the English channel between the European mainland and the British Isle, or in England, is already very old in theory, and we're not working on those types of plans. I'd like to. I want to expand the English tunnel system or tunnel system built between Morocco and like at Gibraltar. I'd like to see the Suez Canal because as we've seen, or similar type of canal in that area, because as we have seen, canals become choke points, and choke points, especially during war, can global economy, supply routes, and just the supply chain in general. And I don't want one nation or perhaps a conglomeration to have too much impact by just holding a choke point. I'd like to see in Central America, and this has been planned, and these are just it's about and it's about Nicaragua or Honduras or even Mexico to be able to build a channel where the isthmus of Central America is, and these are things that will take time, but they also provide a lot of jobs. And we have robotics for the more dangerous aspects of this. And those are some important things. I'm a big planner, and mega projects are really important to me. And really, more practical things, at least here in India, we've been just black hole budgets that haven't really built any mileage to this. And we look at our Asian counterpart. I think in Japan, they just celebrated 60 years of no fatalities directly from the bullet train. So when people say, well, say those speeds, not in Japan, it's not, and they have more seismic most places in North America. I've had some people who perhaps have no one within the actual train. China, in its own way, connect its major corridors, and the fact that we don't have this in North America is a shame. Some major projects that I'd like to see the world over the course of the next few decades and century, at least attempt or just get the conversation going. And so, as it certainly is the scientific developments that about which I look forward to robotics, AI, and such. And it's about utilizing that type of technology that we and making it practical for the benefit of humans. Excellent. Artificial super intelligence. So we're approaching artificial general intelligence, which is really the idea of bands that then to where the intelligence surpasses can even perceive. And when we get into quantum computing and speeds, and even different kinds of not just quantum computers, but we would consider supercomputers, plasma computers, holographic computers. There are many types of supercomputers out there aside from quantum computing. That's just one type of what we would consider different level of supercomputer. There are many different types. When we get into processing and speeds, that's a really exciting opportunity for the world, I feel. I hear many of the fears that you hear when it comes to AI. And I'm not sure if the audience is aware or familiar, but uh, in the 1800s, there were people, software invention that many computer historians tied to the earliest type of computer because it was basically a machine that had some primitive programming to it with the Luddite rejected this type of development and foresaw that technology may perhaps be a our enemy. I we can go in that direction and that's fine. Or I think that we probably agree. You can see the types of advancements as a tool, not for good. We see even for good, it can be used for bad. The wheel, same thing, can be used for good or bad. Moving into more modern age, steam or perhaps electricity can be used for good or bad. Computing, good or bad. Um, Rocket power. You name the tech, it depends on how people want to use it. And I feel that we are people who still have control. Perhaps you never know at a certain point, but seeing we can unplug it, choose to stop powering data centers and such if we wanted to. And I think that's an important aspect of it. It gets into the science fiction realm of like the HAL 9000 from 2001: A Space Odyssey, where AI actually rejects important safety protocol that we need, that we always need to have the final say for whatever reason it may be. Different types of hypothesized endgames. One is known as Grey Goo, where basically nanobots self-replicating nanobots take over the entire world. Uh, the idea of self-replication can have very good aspects as well. Autonomy can have very good aspects and very bad aspects as well. Academic meetings or academic rooms or board rooms, that there should be public discussion, that people should have a say of what type of technology impact is going to affect them in their local community. These are important discussions that we have to have, and if people who are listening to this aren't having them, and I invite people to talk about these things, talk about robotics with your children or the young people in your life, talk about AI with your parents and neighbors, and have these discussions. The more educated we are, the more power we are going to control in terms of what these tools can do for us. But overall, I see AI and robotics and autonomous vehicles and technology in general to have a game changing and really planet changing future. And but it's a really bright future. I'm positive towards it when I know a lot of people aren't as. I've heard that as well. That the grades sometimes the references to Zeta, perhaps they're the same, perhaps they're different. Are the worker bees of some other billions? I've heard of the Dracos. We don't have really good sources for any of this. Of course, perhaps the audience may be familiar with it. If they're not, you can get it's Soviet manual or purported Soviet manual of the 100 or so different that they were able to. And if you read through it, it does seem like maybe some type of hierarchy, and then there and I don't know for sure. I'm based on questions and writings of Chaim Eshed, who was from a 2020 interview from his book The Universe Beyond the Horizon. He summarized this idea of a galactic federation. And so if you don't know who he was, he's a former Israeli military officer and professor of aeronautics, and he aeronautics, head of Israel's space security program from between the 1980s to 2010. He helped develop Israeli satellite and defense space systems. He retired, later became a visiting professor and author. And what he claimed is that there's a galactic federation. He claimed that there's an organized alliance of extraterrestrial civilizations civilizations, and multiple alien species cooperate allegedly, and they coordinate activity involving Earth. So when we talk about perhaps panspermia, and when I say organic life came from asteroids or something like that, guided panspermia generally is considered to be some type of extraterrestrial or alien civilization. And those two terms are used sometimes interchangeably. If you really get into the minutia of it, they do have some variations. Other type of species seeded either life here on Earth or intelligent life. Bob Lazar has stated that in his briefings at Area 4 or S4 of 1 at the Nevada test site, he stated that the United States government at least 65 major DNA altered made by these by another species on human DNA, and that would somewhat explain how we're so evolved and much of the other beings on Earth are not seemingly as involved, but there is, especially when you get into other primates. But it would explain some of the development that we've seen so quickly. And with the idea of the Galactic Federation, this gets into the idea of the different um, the the evolution of humanity, and that we are still primitive in terms of where all these other aliens, and the idea that these alien species are not just coordinating activity involving Earth, but they do their best to avoid disclosure of their being. But we do our best to stay hidden so that they will observe them in the most mad environment as possible. And there's an argument to be made that perhaps alien or non-Earth, but non-human entities do the same. Another stated was that there is some secret contact, perhaps with the United States. He stated that the U.S. government has been in contact with extraterrestrials, and that there is a long-standing agreement or cooperation. He claimed the purpose was for scientific research and that with alien entities. He also talks about world cooperation sites, involving humans and extraterrestrials. Perhaps there's some type of, and that there's cooperation between humans or U.S. personnel and alien groups. He did not provide any verifiable physical infrastructure. As we know, it's very difficult to do this. If you do this, you're Men in Black or some type of a door the next day. So there are good reasons for that. And there's been an explanation that humanity is not ready for disclosure. It's a central theme of his claims. He states that aliens are intentionally withholding public disclosure, and the reason given is that humanity would experience panic or instability, and disclosure is delayed until humans are more prepared. And that would lend credence to then a period of soft disclosure. Basically, if you look for it, you're going to find that we aren't alone. But if you don't look for it, you are going to press this idea as evidence. And I think that there's some major truth to many of the things. We may not be able to perhaps verify much of it. And I also think that if we get to the Kardashev scale, so for anyone who doesn't know, basically a Soviet scientist developed the Kardashev scale, and his last name's Kardashev, and basically there's a level 2 and a level 3. How advanced it has been that we are approximately like on a scale of um, a on this scale, just to quickly review what the types are. There's type 1 is a planetary civilization. All the energy available from its home planet, meaning its climate systems, ocean, planetary energy grid. From an energy scale, this is approximately 10 to the 16th watts. Humanity today is not a type 1 yet. We've been estimated at a type 0.7, and I think that that is a little too liberal. I don't think we're at that point yet. But that's what has been hypothesized. Then there's a type 2 stellar civilization that uses the energy of its entire star with possible megastars like a Dyson or a Dyson sphere, really uh, a a construct to be able to watch from that level. The energy of our entire galaxy, it controls billions of star systems, energy scale perhaps 10 to the 36 or more watts, and humanity close. Now, this does get into other scientists who have said there could be a type 4 supergalactic civilization uses the energy across multiple galaxies, type of multiverse creates across multiple universes, type 6 creating civilization can create entire universes, type 7 meta reality civilization exists beyond physical reality itself. Without hypothesizing so far from there, the idea of being a point seven, not. I think that we have to get closer to one civilization before we're able to be brought to the table to have these discussions amongst other alien species. And I would think that that will come perhaps within the next 1,000 to 10,000 years. And while that may seem really, really far in the life, the life of the Earth itself already, it's just a mere second in our lifespan. And once we get to that point where we're at type 1, we may be offered a chair at this Galactic Federation. Whether or not that's true, um, there's an argument to be made. Now, there are other hypotheses that I've heard that I never really considered. I always figured, okay, so we as a species, eventually, and with any species, you have, I reference this to what we would see with colonial nations. Basically, one of the reasons why I'm such a start. We can't be arguing about race or about religion or about when we want to be exploring. And we found this with colonial empires, and the same will be true of Earth. We need some type of unification. However, I figured once we have peace at home, then you just have peace forever, and you become a member of this Galactic Federation. And I've heard proposals, and many times these are either through abductees or even just what I could find. So I'm saying this is hypothetical, but there may be against another type of alien out there or civilization. Many times they're called draconians, many times they're called reptilians. That may yield or wield some type of power, and the Galactic Federation, in its own way, may have some type of space wars with these groups. Whether or not that's no idea, this is very speculative, but I don't want to close our minds off to thinking that once we get off world and we get an opportunity to sit at the Galactic Federation, that everything is going to be peaceful. I would assume that it would be to some extent, but we always have to have our mind outside the box or use outside the box thinking to think maybe there are other entities out there that may perhaps be utilizing other types of species, alien species, for their own good or for whatever reason. So, with in answer to your earlier question about the different species that we have and really where this that exists are the zetas. And for those who don't know, Zeta Reticuli is approximately 37 light years away. And for those who don't light year, it's basically the distance, it's not basically, it is the distance that one travels in a year at the speed of light. So meaning if John took a craft to Zeta Reticuli, would be 37 years older, just about exactly, very moment before we would. Zeta Reticuli is a jewel, and the stars are slightly sweeps our sun. So they're about 0.8, which means that planet, and I believe it's the way that that astronomers categorize generally planets away from their stars are so like we have Earth, the third rock from the sun, third planet from the sun. But if we weren't so familiar with it, it would be considered Sol 3. What is Sol is the main star, and then Sol 1 would be Mercury, Sol 2 would be Venus, Sol 3 would be Earth, Sol 4 would be Mars, etc. And so, as I understand, this is Zeta Reticuli 4. So basically, the fourth planet of this solar system that's 37 or so light years away has some really advanced type of species. Where am I getting this information from? Where generally it's from the Barney and Betty Hill abduction, which is here, but for those who aren't, in the early 1960s in New Hampshire, a couple was on their way back from a trip and had time under hypnosis. They were able to have the the vision that they had been abducted by some type of aliens who they referenced as small gray beings. And Betty actually was able to draw a star map of Zeta Reticuli that at the time could not be verified just lack of technology, but later would be verified. And if you've ever seen a star map, it's pretty primitive. But the fact that she was even in this discussion anyway leads some credence, at least some evidence that this what she was saying may actually have some truth to it. And so to my knowledge, the closest intelligent life that we may have is about 37 light years away. And to give people an understanding, the next closest star to Earth is Alpha Centauri, which is about like 3.8 or so light years away. So for anyone wondering, like, okay, well, are there other alien species out there? Absolutely. Perhaps in our galaxy, certainly in our galaxy, but almost assuredly somewhere else in the universe. And to give those who are listening and of the locale, it's achievable. Talking about 1,000 light years away or something like 37 is something that perhaps could be undergone with sufficiently advanced spacecraft. But then also we learn that these non-Earth entities are able to manipulate space-time. And this really gets into Bob Lazar. If anybody hasn't heard his story, without going into it too much, he basically makes the claim that aliens use an element 115, also known as unpentium, also known as scobium, that creates an immense amount of power and allows the create a force and space-time able to utilize this type of technology. There's the A and the B. A, or one of them allows them to travel extreme distances very, very quickly, and B, second one is allows for closer to their desired outcome. Basically, they're super fast, and then there's close. They're super fast, and then there's the slow of it. And those are few ways. There are wormholes that perhaps maybe beings may be able to use, and there are plasma engines. There's even, I mean, we basically um, limit ourselves in our own way to Newtonian physics and then Einstein. There may be some kind of even more vast type of physics that we don't even we haven't even discovered, and these types of species have been able to utilize it. So, is something that I wish we had resources for. Generally, it comes from defunct governments or alien abductees, but generally, the different types out there may be manipulating the zetas or the small grays may be manipulated by other beings. And then I've also heard that they're just like they're worker bees or they're robots or cyborg like that. It's really something that we don't know the answer to. Absolutely. Linktree.com/Rabbi Roth. Invite your audience to. They will find more social media person they've ever found in their entire lives. Spend years literally just delving what I've created. Discord is discord.me/Rabbi. You can connect with me 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I'd love to talk about all the subjects that I referenced in this discussion, but I want your audience to know that there's someone out there who cares about them, and if they ever need some type of support or they need some type of guidance, I'm here for them. You don't have to be Jewish, you can be anyone. I'm here to support you. Moreover, anyone who wants to just view my life, the easiest way to do it is Rabbi Rothschild by me. The filter you've ever seen in your entire life, and you'll recognize, wow, this person's been doing this for 5 years now or so. This is a really big event, and this is a world-changing event. When people start to, we have a timeline, a time capsule of human achievement going back to the pandemic. This is really exciting, and the purpose to your audience, I want to do this the rest of my life. So basically, be an example for humanity into transhumanism, perhaps. And when the technology improve, I'm going to give people first-person views of my and 360 of my. Make people live my life in virtual reality or augmented realities of it. And overall, these have say on my stream. So if anybody finds anything that I have discussed on here with John, or that John and I have discussed together, come to my Discord, check out my views that I've done. I do this enough. It's just a matter of time. It will go viral. It is the biggest potentially event in history. This is alien disclosure. It encompasses a human timeline. As I said at the beginning, this is a theory of human achievement. It's a timeline of human achievement. I would have been a diarist, someone who just writes in a diary, or a journalist, someone who writes in a journal, except I use video as my medium. I recognize that I have more data archived than any person, and that perhaps generations of people will study this from an academic level, from the behavioral level, biological level, scientific extreme excitement to anyone who comes into contact with this project. So with that, John, I want to thank you so much to be here. I loved our conversation. To the audience out there, again, you can find everything at .com/Rabbi Rothschild. Come discuss these things with me, discord.me/Rabbi. Thank you. catalog. That's okay. It says tunes until uploaded. It's at 82% on my end. One thing that I write about a lot is specifically on this, Jeff, accuracy. I mean, Riverside's great that it does what the accuracy of time in terms of download, in terms of just waiting periods. You remember Napster days where it would tell you it would take 57 years to download some Eminem song or whatever it may have been. And at least it was trying at that point. And I like that it's trying to tell us 9 seconds or whatever it may be on this version. But I think, especially in terms of apps and things, we don't get accurate estimates of things. It could take 5 minutes, it could take 2 hours, and we just don't know. So, one thing that I write about a lot in my biological standpoint, I don't think we should have startup times on our devices anymore. I think that the internet should work page, 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 page. There's a way for the internet to preload page. You can just go one page. Whenever you're on a page, it loads all of the pages behind it, and then you just go to the next one, and the next one, and the next one. Ideas like, and I'm sure you remember this too. The early cell phone, the battery would last like a week on it. And I know that the cell phone of today is doing a lot more of the heavy. However, I envision that lithium batteries at this point, but there are American batteries which are currently in many that last thing that I would like to see, or even there's a way, perhaps kinetic energy of just the phone moving to be able to store energy, or perhaps using microgravity of the Earth, or even solar. And there are a lot of ways to perhaps be able to power a device. I feel like we're more on our electronics, and especially from health reasons and communication reasons and finance reasons, and the idea that we're stuck really with an iPhone that hasn't had many changes since the original, or just cell phones in general since the original. I would like to see some development in terms of that. And as I see, we are moving up. We've moved up. We're like 89%, 21 seconds. So, uh, I, but that's okay. At least it's giving us a time. That's certainly appreciated. So yeah, didn't know how to appreciate the conversation. It's been wonderful. You gave me the opportunity to be able to discuss some elections, and I think you can hear, your audience can hear how much I love these topics. And when I say I think this could be the biggest event in global history, there's a chance of that. I mean, it's basically a human time capsule, and no one has done that previously in the same way. To ask AI, I've had people, and AI says there are some watermarks in 5 years. When I say to someone years in, but 5 years then becomes like, wow, that's half a decade, and that's a lot of time to have archived. And we've seen the games. We've seen perhaps more. Now we'll be in our second World Cup. We've seen presidential elections. We've seen assassinations, assassination attempts. These are real events that are going on, and I know if we had the opportunity, let's say, to even just listen to a radio broadcast from the 1950s, we would find that to be of interest. So to have video of this, and especially what I love about my project is if I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it all the way. I don't want to be live on one live stream, What if that live stream goes down? What if the app crashes? What if I lose connectivity? I want to be live on 20, 25, 30 if possible, to have redundant streams, to have different angles for people, and to ponder all the things that I've done. But I've created AI robots that create entries for me. And so I have over 1,000 blogs, not blog entries, blogs, meaning like from Blogger. Each Gmail account that I have hundreds of Gmail accounts, but each uh, Gmail account can have up to, well, actually can have more than this, but I have 20 of them that 100 blogs each. And then I have a bot while I sleep that has a list of cool topics like time travel or teleportation, or even just pop culture or music or cars or transportation. And there's this really long list that I have, and it just takes that subject, puts it in with pictures, and then ends up publishing that while I sleep at night. And I created these robots. We always be going, even when I'm asleep. I'm creating content. I've created other robots that on TikTok and Instagram that the Instagram ones generally will record 1 hour of my life and upload it. Record 1 hour of my life and upload it. Record 1 hour of my life. So I like have like years of my life on Instagram. Far more. Nobody has years of a life on a platform by any means. And then on TikTok, what I've done is I took like more than 20,000 of the most popular songs of all time, everything from the Beatles to some indie band in Portland, and it's a robot that just every 3 minutes makes like a music video of my life. Basically, takes whatever I'm doing and has music uploaded to that. And it's amazing how these little bands are like things. And I feel like I'm going to be able, with this project, to certainly highlight the great aspects of art, but also more hidden artists that we have in society. I look forward to a future, the second renaissance, because we're going to have AI that is going to be taking a lot of people's roles. And I feel like human made art will have much more appreciation than perhaps it does right now, because it will be rare. Everything will be AI created or robotics created. But if you can human hand touch it, so I'm a future in general. I'm glad that you have a positive take on where we're heading for the future. Many people aren't as open minded to, and it's just it's exciting. I say this, I didn't have a chance to say it, but you won't hear many people tell you, in my heart, honestly, traditional sense. I think you'll be able to reverse age, and then if you be able to mind upload, and no one talks like that. I mean, maybe some areas of the transhumanist world here, some people talk like that, but generally, okay, I see it successfully uploaded. But generally, you don't hear a real person talking avoiding death. And hey, if I'm wrong, we tried, right? But if I'm right, I may have the privilege of being the first person to tell you that I think you may be able to live indefinitely, which is exciting. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, with that, my friend, this was, I say this to any with whom I have a podcast, possible. Let's again next year. So we'll let a year go by, and then we'll have this like amazing archive of our lives together and what we predicted and where we were wrong and where we were right. So at the start of next summer or so, I'll shoot you an email, and we can connect again. And if you need me in the meantime, you can always email me, and I'm always in that Discord. All right, John, you're amazing. If you ever see this, I really appreciate that. Was one of the best podcasts I've ever been on. Great question. Really, 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 really great. And I love the topics. I loved it. It was great. Was there anything you didn't like about it? No. It was amazing. Loved it. That was great. With that? No. Really? Dog. That was. Yeah. You didn't. Do you feel it could have gone better? If anything, is I always do this after a stream. It's like a what do they decompress it, whatever. It's like how did it go? Briefing, basically. No. Is there anything you want to talk about? Yeah. I really appreciate the questions that John had and ask about. And to anyone who sees, you can see how happy I am with the result. And it was wonderful. Is there anything you'd want to do different? I keep asking myself that. Let me say this. If I weren't streaming my life right now, I would not be having these conversations. These might be happening mentally, internally, but I think it's healthy for you to hear what a healthy individual thinks that they have an experience like that. So I ask myself a question, knowing that I'm asking myself a question. Usually this would be an internal monologue, but if I like, so I think it's important for people to be able to see how I feel and how I react. I like that. Shout out, my man. Anthony, Tony used the Riverside, so that was really cool. And you liked everything that you would have rather had. I wish I had more time. That's all. I mean, John, I want to talk for 3 hours. And I'm also someone when I'm in those conversations that I have a lot to say, and I'm like, I think of the name, I'm saying something else about the Kardashev scale, and but man, that was great. That was great. So, okay, aside from not more time, what would you want to change? It was great. I wish I had answers for the religious questions, but nobody has answers. These are the best. This is you're going to get, kids. What happened here? Um, is there anything else you would have liked? With your pillows and stuff? Yeah. That seriously, but they'll take up the learned version seriously. Anything else you want to say? What did you think of John? He's great. interesting and cool. And his questions were fabulous. They weren't like too prying. They weren't too personal. They were open ended, really interesting topics. And uh, have you ever had a too prying question? I get questions. I bomb them. Okay, like whatever. Is there anything you would have changed about that interview? I really enjoyed it. It's fun. It's fun also from John's perspective. I knew after speaking with him for a little bit that he was not out for gotcha moment. He was out for to learn, and that's what we're all here to do. Is there anything else that you want to that discussion? Maybe I say perhaps too much or generally too much or whatever. But that's fine. People are going to understand that recording. Is anybody? Yeah, at least some of the ground. Anything else you want to say in that discussion? Um, it was really great. Yeah, Doug, but is there anything else you want to say? I'm proud of what I just said. I'm proud of my knowledge. I don't feel I came across as cocky because I don't know. We're just asking questions, and I feel that it's healthy. And John, super cool, just super cool. Experienced podcaster. Seen, I don't know, but yeah, I do know. I mean, he's pretty experienced. Could you have been paired? I feel like I was prepared really well. Everybody could be prepared. There's nothing you want to change about it. Nothing. But name something I want to change. I'm very happy with it. 10 out of 10. As close to 10 out of 10 as I could have done. maybe okay. If I had to name any on my own, I wish I would have known more mega project or to that discussion more. But um, maybe some military bunkers. That might have been cool. Anything else? As I was talking to him, I mean, he does this for a living or like a major hobby. I just talk about it. So, and he has like guests on and stuff who are like major contributors. So, to ufology. But I want people to take ufology seriously because it's serious. What happened is this device